बारिश का दौर अभी जारी है।
This is the speech to text translation. So we have our application on both Android and iOS. You can check out the this is the Open the Adiwani website. Open the Adiwani website. So video is recorded. This is the official website Adiwani. Android to iOS दोनों application है. Check it. I can show you my phone.
Camera, Sachin.
Researchers, experts, delegates and guests joining us for this important national gathering. This national conclave is being organized under the aegis of Government of India, Ministry of Tribal Affairs, New Delhi, the Government of Karnataka, Department of Scheduled Tribes Welfare, the Karnataka State Tribal Research Institute, Mysuru, and the Central Institute of Indian Languages, Mysuru. We are honored to have representatives of these institutions with us today. A sincere welcome to each one of you. So now, let us have a huge round of applause. Let's have all the dignitaries on stage, ladies and gentlemen. I request everybody to please raise and welcome our dignitaries on stage. It's now my privilege to formally acknowledge the distinguished dignitaries whose presence has added great significance to this inaugural occasion. Shri Durgadas Uiki, Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Tribal Affairs, New Delhi. And on stage, we have Shri T. Raghumurthy, sir, Honorable Minister, Department of Scheduled Tribes Welfare, Government of Karnataka, Bengaluru. And we have Shri Yaduvir Krishnadatta Chamaraja Wadiyar, sir, Honorable Member of Parliament, Mysuru Constituency. And we have Shri Anant Prakash Pandey, IFS, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Tribal Affairs, New Delhi. We have Srimati Kanagavalli ma'am, IAS, Secretary to Government, Department of Scheduled Tribes Welfare, Bengaluru. And on stage, we have Professor Basavaraja Kodagunti, sir, Central Institute of Indian Languages Director. So can we welcome them with a huge round of applause, audience, everybody? Please put your hands together. We have Shri Ramappa M, respected Chairman, Karnataka Bovi Abhiruddhi Nigama, Bengaluru. Can we welcome them with a huge round of applause, audience? I request everybody to please settle down. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready to begin the inaugural proceedings of the National Conclave. We shall commence with the national song, the national anthem and Nadagite, followed by the lighting of a ceremonial lamp. May I now request all our distinguished dignitaries to please
Sujalam, Sufalam, Nagaya Shashi. सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल वंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
We are going with the Nada Gite. Please, everybody, please raise. Those who sat, I request everybody to please raise for Nada Gite.
जय भारत जननीय तनुजाते जय हे कर्नाटक माते जय सुंदर नदी वन नाडे जय हे रस ऋषिಗಳ ಬೀಡೆ ಭೂದೇವಿಯ ಮಕುಟದ ನವಮಣಿಯೇ ಗಂಧದ ಚಂದನ ಹೊನ್ನಿನ ಗಣಿಯೇ ರಾಘವ ಮಧುಸೂದನರವತರಿಸಿದ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಜನನಿಯ ಜೋಗುಳ ವೇದದ ಘೋಷ ಜನನಿಗೆ ಜೀವ ಉಳಿನ್ನಾದೇಶ ಹಸುವಿನ ಗಿರಿಗಳ ಸಾರೆ ತಿನ್ನಯ ಕೊರಳಿನ ಮಾರೆ ಕಪಿಲ ಪತಂಜಲ ಗೌತಮ ಜಿನನುತ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಶಂಕರ ರಾಮಾನುಜ ವಿದ್ಯಾರಣ್ಯ ಬಸವೇಶ್ವರ ಮಧ್ವರ ದಿವ್ಯಾರಣ್ಯ ನನ್ನ ಷಡಕ್ಷರಿ ಪೊನ್ನ ಪಂಪನ ಕುಮಿಪತಿ ಚನ್ನ ಕುಮಾರ ವ್ಯಾಸರ ಮಂಗಳ ಧಾಮ ಕವಿ ಕೋಗಿಲೆಗಳ ಪುಣ್ಯಾರಾಮ ನಾನಕ ರಾಮಾನಂದ ಕಬೀರರ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಕೈರಪ ಹೊಯ್ಸಳ ರಾಣಿಗ ನಾಡೆ ನಂಕನ ಜಕಣರ ನೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಬೀಡೆ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಶರಾವತಿ ತುಂಗಾ ಕಾವೇರಿಯವರ ಗಂಗಾ ಚೈತನ್ಯ ಪರಮಹಂಸ ವಿವೇಕರ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಸರ್ವ ಜನಾಂಗದ ಶಾಂತಿಯ ತೋಟ ರಸಿಕರ ಕಂಗಳ ಸೆಳೆಯುವ ನೋಟ ಹಿಂದೂ ಕ್ರೈಸ್ತ ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನ ಪಾರಸಿಕ ಜೈನ ಉದ್ಯಾನ ಜನಕನ ಹೋಲುವ ದೊರೆಗಳ ಧಾಮ ಭಾರತ ವೈಣಿಕರ ರಾಮ ಕನ್ನಡ ನುಡಿ ಕುಣಿದಾಡುವ ದೇಹ ಕನ್ನಡ ತಾಯಿಯ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ದೇಹ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ.
Thank you so much. I request everybody to please settle down. May now invite our dignitary to please come downstage for the lighting up the lamp. I request all the dignitaries to please take an initiative. May this lamp symbolize knowledge, wisdom, and the illumination of our collective efforts to preserve the languages, memories, and cultural heritage of India's tribal communities. Being in Indian tradition, we always go with this wonderful gesture, that is lighting up the lamp. And from IIT Delhi, we have the whole event, whatever we speak, and the speeches are being translated. Adi Vani, language is more than the words we speak. So we have to be thankful for them. Thank you. And right now, can we clap everybody? Please put your hands together. Let us make this moment more lively as our dignitaries has inaugurated this wonderful event, National Conclave on Tribal Languages and Museums. Thank you so much. I thank all the dignitaries for lighting up the lamp. Right now, dear ladies and gentlemen, the moment which we are witnessing, Mile Sur Mera Tumhara and language solidarity.
We now move into Mile Sur Mera Tumhara. With this, Bharatanatyam is an ancient Indian classical dance form from Tamil Nadu, India. When it comes to these two, Mysuru is also known as cultural city. So, it's a blend of Mile Sur Mera Tumhara through Bharatanatyam, a classical performance. So now, dear ladies and gentlemen, I request everybody to please put your hands together and let us have our artist welcome with a huge round of applause. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we have the event until end of the evening. So I request all of you to please put your hands together and encourage our artists. Please cheer them up with your wonderful applauses. Thank you.
बनिए सान तरस
तेरा सुर मिले मेरे सुर दे नाल मिलके बने एक नवा सुरताल मिले सुर मेरा तुम्हारा तो सुर बने हमारा
मुंहिंजो सुर तुंहिंजे सां प्यारा मिले जॾहिं गीत असां जो मधुर तरानो बणे तॾहिं
सुर का दरिया बहके सागर में मिले
बदलांदा रूप लखे
बरसन होले होले
இசைந்தால் நம் இருவரின் சுரமும் நமதாகும். திசை வேறானாலும் ஆழிசேர் ஆறுகள் முகிலாய் மழையாய் பொழிவது போல் இசை நம் இசை. నన్నదనిగే నిన్నదనియా నా స్వరము నీ స్వరము సంగమమై మన സ്വരങ്ങൾ അവതరించి എന്റെ സ്വരവും നിങ്ങളുടെ സ്വരവും ഒത്തുചേർന്നു നമ്മുടെ സ്വരമായി. তোমার সুর মোদের সুর
সৃষ্টি করো কই কসুর তোমার সুর মোদের সুর সৃষ্টি করো কই কসুর সৃষ্টি হোক ওই কোতান তোমা মোরা স্বরর মিলন সৃষ্টি করে চালু ঐক্য তালু. મળે સૂર જો તારો મારો બને આપણો સૂર નિરાળો. माझ्या तुमच्या जुळता तारा मधुर सुरांच्या बरसती धारा. सुर की नदियाँ हरी दिशा से बहके सागर में मिले. बादलों का रूप लेके बरसे हल्के हल्के हो मिले. सुर मेरा तुम्हारा मिले सुर मेरा तुम्हारा ओ सुर बने हमारा.
Can we have a huge round of applause, audience? Please put your hands together. Such a beautiful performance from the team. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks a lot. To formally welcome the gathering and to set the context for this important national conclave, I now invite Srimati Kanagavalli, IAS Secretary, Tribal Welfare Department, Karnataka, to deliver the welcome address. Madam, may I request you to kindly come forward.
It is a pleasure to welcome all of you to the National Conclave on Tribal Languages and Museums here in the beautiful city of Mysuru. It is a great privilege for Government of Karnataka to host this 3 days national gathering with the support and guidance of the Ministry of Tribal Affairs, Government of India. We are happy to welcome our colleagues from the tribal research institutes across the country. Our tribal communities, languages, and traditions are diverse, but many challenges are common. This conclave gives us an opportunity to learn from one another and work together. Mysuru provides an appropriate backdrop for this gathering. It is known for its rich history, art, literature, cultural traditions. and is also home to important institutions connected with Indian languages and research. The visit to Mysuru Palace, Jagan Mohan Palace Art Gallery, and the Regional Museum of Natural History will further help us to understand how history, stories, objects, and technology can come together in meaningful museums experiences. Ladies and gentlemen, languages are an important part of our identity. For tribal communities, language carries their stories, traditions, knowledge of natures, customs, and history. When a language is lost, part of that community's knowledge and identity is also at risk. We often describe Karnataka as one state, many world. This reflects not only for our diverse landscape, but also our rich cultures, traditions, and languages. Karnataka is home to nearly 42.5 lakh tribal people across 50 recognized scheduled tribes, including the Jainu Kuruba and Koraga communities, both identified as particularly vulnerable tribal groups. Their language and dialects, including Jainu Nudi, are an important part of our cultural diversity. Before I proceed, let me acknowledge and welcome the dignitaries who honor us with their presence on the dais today. To felicitate the guest, I request Sri Ganesh Nagarajan, Deputy Secretary, Ministry of Tribal Affairs, and Dr. Ashok, Director, Tribal Welfare Department, Government of Karnataka, to take an initiative. I am delighted to welcome our chief guest, Honorable Sri Durgadas Uiki, Union Minister of State, Ministry of Tribal Affairs, Government of India. Sir, your steady guidance and personal commitment to tribal welfare across the country continues to strengthen our efforts here in Karnataka. I am pleased to welcome Honorable Sri Raghumurthy, Minister, Scheduled Tribe Welfare, Government of Karnataka. Sir, your enthusiasm and hands-on involvement in each initiative for our tribal communities has been a source of energy for this department.
I request everybody to please put your hands together, and this is the right time. I request everybody to please join your hands.
I am honored to warmly welcome Sri Yaduvir Krishnadatta Chamraj Udaya, Honorable Member of Parliament, Mysuru, to this conclave. I am pleased to welcome Sri Ramappa, Chairman, Karnataka Bovi Development Corporations, to this conclave. It is also a pleasure to have with us Sri Anand Prakash Pandey, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Tribal Affairs, Government of India, whose unique approach to monitoring and tracking the implementation of tribal welfare schemes has set a benchmark for all of us. I am pleased to acknowledge the presence of Professor Basavaraju Kodakundi, Director, Central Institute of Indian Languages, whose scholarship has done much to advance the study and preservation of India's tribal languages. It is a pleasure to have with us directors and representatives of tribal research institutes from across the country. I also acknowledge the presence of Secretary Sikkim, Shri Ganesh Nagarajan, Deputy Secretary, Tribal Welfare Department, Dr. Ashok, Deputy Secretary, and senior officials from the Government of India and Government of Karnataka. My appreciation and greetings to the eminent linguists, scholars, researchers, and experts who have traveled to be a part of this conclave. I am particularly pleased to have with us representative of tribal communities. This conclave is above all for you. And finally, my greetings to the members of the press and media who help carry this conversation forward to wider audience. Every state has valuable experiences and good practices to share. I hope this conclave strengthens the cooperation among the tribal research institutes and creates lasting channels for sharing knowledge and expertise. Most importantly, let us ensure that our tribal languages are not merely preserved in records, but continue to be spoken, taught, and celebrated by future generations. I wish the National Conclave on Tribal Language Museums great success and hope that our deliberations here in Mysuru lead to meaningful and lasting outcomes. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka. Thank you.
Thank you so much, madam, for the warm welcome and for setting the tone for the conclave. Right now, I request Dr. Ashok Dr. KS, Director, Department of Scheduled Tribes Welfare, Bengaluru, and Karnataka State Tribal Research Institute, Mysuru, to please felicitate the Secretary to Government Department of Scheduled Tribes Welfare, Bengaluru, Srimati Kanagavalli, madam. Please put your hands together, everybody. ऑडियंस आप सब लोगों का अपलॉस बहुत मैटर होता है, सो दैट इज काइंड ऑफ अ एनर्जी वी गेट. सो आई रिक्वेस्ट एवरीबडी, आपका साइलेंस से ज्यादा आपका अपलॉस से एनर्जी मिलता है. आई रिक्वेस्ट एवरीबडी टू प्लीज पुट योर हैंड्स टुगेदर व्हेनेवर नीडेड. आई विल नॉट बी रिपीटिंग द सेम थिंग, सो आई रिक्वेस्ट एवरीबडी. इट्स अ स्वीटेस्ट रिक्वेस्ट फ्रॉम माय साइड. एंड आई रिक्वेस्ट Ganesh Nagarajan sir to please come on stage and let us welcome him with a huge round of applause, audience, everybody. Shri Ganesh Nagarajan, IFS, Deputy Secretary, Ministry of Tribal Affairs, New Delhi. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
For a child, a mother tongue begins.
Okay, so let us thank all the dignitaries again for their wonderful presence here. So right now, we are going with the next, that is language is at the heart of the identity, knowledge, and cultural continuity. We now invite Professor Basavaraja Kodagunti, sir, Director, Central Institute of Indian Languages, to share the institutional perspective of CIIL. Sir, may I request you to kindly address the gathering.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ವಿಶೇಷವಾದಂತಹ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಸೀನರಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಆದರಣೀಯ ದುರ್ಗಾದಾಸ್ ಉಕೆ ಅವರೇ, ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು, ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಲೋಕಸಭಾ ಸದಸ್ಯರಾಗಿರುವಂಥ ಮೈಸೂರಿನವರಾಗಿರುವಂಥ ಶ್ರೀ ಯದುವೀರ್ ಒಡೆಯರ್ ಅವರೇ, ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಾಗಿರುವಂಥ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಾಗಿರುವಂಥ ರಘುಮೂರ್ತಿಯವರೇ, ಅನಂತ್ ಪ್ರಕಾಶ್ ಜಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ ಅವರೇ, ಹಾಗೆ ಕನಗನಹಳ್ಳಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವರೇ, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನನ್ನ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳು. ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತು ಬುಡಕಟ್ಟುಗಳ ಬಗೆಗೆ ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ, ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಬುಡಕಟ್ಟುಗಳ ಭಾಷೆಗಳನ್ನು ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವಿಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇರಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಗ್ಯಾದರ್ಡ್ ಹಿಯರ್ ಟು ಸ್ಟಡಿ, ಟು ಟಾಕ್, ಟು ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್, ಟು ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ದ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜಸ್ ಆಫ್ tribal communities of the country. India is a very rich country in the world. Linguistically, culturally, it is so rich. This richness has come not only from these 22 scheduled languages and cultures belonging to these 22 languages, but the richness, the great amount of richness that India possesses because of several minor, smaller tribal languages and their cultures. When we try to understand history of India, it's most important thing that unwritten evidences are there in tribal languages. At least as we know, as of now, science has already understood and demonstrated that the tribal communities living in Andaman have at least minimum 50,000 years of history. They settled in the current islands around 50,000 years ago. And just imagine a community using one language settled in one particular region, an ecological or environmental region. So how much of life experience they must have got. We live for 60 years, 80 years, 100 years. We gain a lot of life experience. When a community lives for several thousands of years, how much of life experience it has? Language is very unique. Whatever smaller change happens in the society, it will naturally and automatically will be reflected in the language. Whether it is grammar or vocabulary, not only that, vocabulary remains same many a times, but semantics will accommodate the newer developments. In that case, language is actually a storage of human history. History people depends on the evidences that whether written or many other evidences, but language provides different kind of unique evidences. I'll take an example of some of the words, like for the word iron, when we have the concept of preparation of the iron, our archaeology experts, scholars have shown that at least minimum 5,000 years ago, iron was produced in this country. By then, what the language was there very much we know, and what was the word coined for this? Because when iron was invented, by then it was invented, it was a new object. When new object was invented, it was a new process. So we have, like in Kannada, Tamil, and many of our tribal languages, we have words for the process of the preparing iron, and also we have a word for iron. Urunku, urukku, ukku is the word in Kannada and many other Dravidian languages. Uri is fire, urukku is something like out of fire. So then it is a science. So language documents the science, knowledge, creativity in its folders. This is how the language is most important for us. And now when we move to tribal languages, the major languages such as Kannada, Hindi, Sanskrit, Tamil, Telugu have had a greater social developments, such as political, administrative structures and social structures. Huge amount of developments have happened in the last 2,000 to 4,000 years in these major languages. In spite of these social developments, several tribal languages remained with their early structure, early social structure and socio-cultural structure. That is actually the reason why languages such as Kannada, Tamilu, Marathi, Bengali might have lost some of the earlier remembrances, whereas tribal languages still they do keep their remembrance. we can try to understand this history in their vocabulary as well as even in the grammar. Vocabulary, when we try to understand the history of each vocabulary, the form changes, form of a word changes, and its function also changes. Grammatical function, whether it becomes noun, it becomes later verb, and many other roles it plays, and its semantics also changes. So when we consider, I'm talking about only single word. When we observe one word, there are changes in the form, in the function, in the semantics. So how many layers we need to understand to, how many layers we need to study to understand this word? Similarly, when we concentrate on all these tribal languages, it's a kind of a treasure for us. So big understanding will be opening when we study these languages. When we talk about languages, there are unique and very different kind of structures, social structure, cultural structure, and different backgrounds they have. Languages living in the coastal region may be a very rich vocabulary they may be having related to the coast, sea, and fishes and all. But there may be languages who are living in the Himalayan range. Some of the Himalayan, we all are familiar with the words here and there. There are two forms to say that the near one and the far one. But we do not have separate words to mention the different heights in all the major languages. But many of our Himalayan languages, there are different words to say that height 1, height 2, height 3. There are 7 words in a language Kashi. And here and there are only 2 distances for us, but some of our Indian tribal languages have 4 or 3 or even 5 distances to specify. So it actually says that the language community, wherever they are living, they have experienced the life, society, environment according the knowledge that they have gained, and that language has been produced in their languages. Their knowledge has been produced in respective languages. So now studying their language is not just preparing the grammar and dictionary. Studying language is understanding our history. Our history means the history of the country. And each region is unique. We know that in multiple perspectives it is unique. They are unique. These unique natures of the country will be well understood when we concentrate on study of tribal languages. I am representing a Central Institute of Indian Languages, which is most important institute in the country for Indian languages. This institute is very important not only in the country, even in the world, one of the biggest language institutions in the world. This institute is working for all Indian languages and mother tongues. We not only work for major languages, scheduled languages, but also we work for various other languages, including tribal languages. It could be mother tongue. There are several issues in understanding tribal languages. There are some tribes such as Toda, Kota, who you find only in a particular specific region. They are from Nilgiri, from Tamil Nadu. But there are some tribes such as Gondi, which is from the Maharashtra to Orissa. It is found in across the states between this region. It actually crosses the central part of the country. So there are multiple reasons why some communities are settled in one particular area, and there are some other tribes which have moved to different places. Again, there are so many reasons. The region wise, there may be difference within a tribal community. And accordingly, their vocabulary also may differ. Their grammar may also differ based on their region, their contact with whom they are living, with which other languages they are living with. So when we study, when we say that Toda is one community, Gondi is one community, we cannot consider them same, because Toda, even Toda there are differences. Amino list gives a list of at least 3 different varieties within Toda, but Gondi has major varieties within it. At least our scholars have listed out 7 varieties within Gondi. So this is actually a challenge for us to understand the nature of tribal languages. We in the Central Institute of Indian Languages, our focus is on multiple perspectives of language studies. It starts from documentation. We document the language. Documentation includes various parts of it. It's not only we go to the field, not only that, we invite native speakers to our institution, because the community people should know that what is happening on their language and what we are doing sitting in our offices. So we invite them to our offices as well. Recently, Nicobarese language speakers had come to our institute, and we also go to their field with an expert committees in the field work with all preparation. We collect the data. What kind of data we collect? We collect the data of language, of course. Generally, we can say language we collect, but again, the vocabulary, the grammar, and multiple usages, domains, we do cover in our field work. So once we cover these all different kinds of language data, we bring and we work on it linguistically, like data analysis is a big thing. This can only be done by the trained people who are in, people who have trained in linguistics. Annotation will happen, and then we will try to understand their phonology, their morphology, their syntax, their semantics, and their worldview, of course, beyond the structure of language, their culture, social structure, all those things we try to understand. This is actually part of understanding these languages. Documenting and understanding is first important thing. And once we know this, since too much of technological development, social development have happened in the modern days, we have to equip our tribal languages with all kinds of developments that we have in the society, including technological development. We are trying to develop the corpus for tribal languages as well. Since you do not find the written language for these tribal languages. For the major languages, there are a huge amount of written sources, but for tribal languages, writing may not be there. Some of the tribal languages have started writing, but still, most of the languages do not have writing. So we directly collect from their speech. So speech data will be collected, and the corpus will be developed for these languages. And then we try to develop the materials for these languages, including grammars, dictionaries, primers, education learning materials, teaching materials, and also other cultural documentations also we do. And most importantly, we try to work to empower the language, empower the community. We try to include the younger generation in the language activities, and tomorrow the respective communities, younger generation should carry forward their tradition, their own tradition. They have to carry forward. That is how it will contribute to the richness of the country. The plurality is a soul of India, which will be enriched by studying and guaranteeing these tribal communities to continue their tradition. We also hope that multilingual education, and we try to give mother tongue education in the tribal languages, as the government of India is very much focusing on this aspect. We are also developing material for teaching in their mother tongue. All these things we are working, and I hope Ministry for Tribal Affairs and TRIs especially will be benefited a lot by this CIIL work. At the same time, CIIL will also be benefited by the TRI activities and their field work. So let us hope that greater future for the tribal languages. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನನ್ನ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳು.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, there is one thing I have to tell you. Adivani is translating the events, all talks in 9 different tribal languages. That is Koya, Betta Kurba, Bili, Gondi, Santali, Mundiri, Kui, Garu, and Kokborok. So, built by IIT Delhi in collaboration with the Ministry of Tribal Affairs. It's being the India's first AI-based translation tool for Indian tribal languages. So you can see the screen there, and let us be thankful for the wonderful initiative. Thank you. So can we clap for this, everybody? And right now, I request and invite Shri Anand Prakash Pandey, sir, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Tribal Affairs, to deliver the opening remarks. Sir, may I request you to please kindly come forward. Thank you.
Honorable Shri Durgadas UK, Minister of State, Ministry of Tribal Affairs, Government of India. Honorable Shri T. Raghumurthy ji, Department of Scheduled Tribe Welfare, Government of Karnataka. Honorable Shri Yaduvir Krishna Datta Vadiyar ji, Honorable MP. Honorable M. Ramappa, Chairman, Bhovi Development Corporation. Kanagwali, Secretary, Tribal Affairs, Government of Karnataka, Professor Basavaraja, Director, CIIL, and officers from all across the country, community leaders, Ministry of Tribal Affairs, other officers, museum professionals, colleagues and friends. It is a great privilege for me to be here to welcome you all once again in this national conclave on tribal language and museums in this historic and culturally vibrant city of Mysuru. This conclave is at a very apt moment in this country as our country moves towards the Viksit Bharat 2047. Our understanding of development goes beyond physical infrastructure and economic growth. A developed India must not be only an India that is confident in its cultural diversity, but also proud of its heritage and determined to ensure that every community is along in this great journey. And this vision, tribal language and tribal heritage are not peripheral issues. They are central to the idea of an inclusive and centrally confident Viksit Bharat. A language is more than a means of communication. It carries a community's memory, knowledge, traditions, customs, practice, its relationship with nature. When a language becomes endangered, as Professor Basavaraj has in detail told about it, it not only loses merely words, but it loses history, it loses culture, it loses entire body of knowledge and identity. And this is why Ministry of Tribal Affairs, in collaboration with CIIL, state governments, TRIs, academic institutions, technology partners, and most importantly, tribal communities themselves, is looking at the tribal languages not only as a subject of documentation, but as living knowledge systems that must be preserved and strengthened and taken into the future. The program before us reflects this larger vision. The first day, that is today, we'll be going through documentation and community-led revitalization, technology, and tribal languages, and multilingual education. We'll also hear from communities and examine practical models emerging from different parts of the country. The second day, we'll be moving towards tribal museums, cultural memory, identity, and representation of the tribal freedom fighters. The third day will give us an opportunity to visit this beautiful city and the established heritage institutions in Mysuru. But I would like to emphasize that this is not intended to be another conference where we just meet and at the end of the and return with just a schedule of minutes. our expectation is much beyond this. We want to move from conservation to convergence, from documentation to action, and from isolated initiatives to a scalable national model. We need to ask ourselves some fundamental questions. How do we ensure that tribal languages are documented in the way that it should be and preserved for future generations? How do we use technology, artificial intelligence, machine learning, speech recognition, translation tools, and digital archives to make tribal languages more accessible while protecting community knowledge and intellectual property? How do we make multilingual education a norm and a practical reality for tribal students, tribal children, particularly in our EMRS and ashram schools, so that child's mother language becomes a strength rather than a barrier to education? And perhaps the most important question that we always keep on asking ourselves, how do we ensure that communities are involved at each intervention, and it is a community-led intervention? Technology can provide tools, institutions can provide systems, governments can provide resource and policy, but the ownership, participation, and voice of the tribal communities must remain fundamental. The conclave, therefore, has a very practical expectations to identify what can be implemented, who is going to implement, how it is going to be implemented, and what is the time frame of implementation. The proposed discussions on technology, for example, are expected to map available tools such as automatic speech recognition, text-to-speech, machine translation, corpus development, keyboards, fonts, and examining safeguards for the data and linguistic knowledge collected, which in detail has been told by Director CIIL. Similarly, in education, we should move towards actionable multilingual education framework, including pilots through the TRIs and a better understanding of the learning deficits among tribal children. And perhaps the most important session, once again, is the one in which we listen directly to the communities. What actually they want. The conclave has rightly envisaged a demand list expressed in communities' own words. This is the approach we need for Viksit Bharat: development with dignity, development with participation, and development rooted in our knowledge and traditional systems. The same principle applies to tribal museums. A tribal museum is not merely a building with some artifacts. It is an institution of memory, knowledge, traditions, culture. It should tell us stories authentically, give communities a voice, connect local histories with a larger story of India, and use modern technology without the technology overshadowing the traditional stories. The session on museums, therefore, rightly focus on authenticity, community perspectives, storytelling, contemporary display techniques, digital technologies, community participation, and sustainable museum management. For me, this is directly connected to the larger national narrative. Viksit Bharat 2047 cannot be built by looking only forward. We must also know where we have come from. The stories of tribal communities, their resistance, their knowledge, traditions, and their relationship with environment, nature, art, language, cultural practices are an integral part of India's story. If we preserve these traditions, we are not only preserving the past alone, we are creating intellectual, social capital for the future. I would therefore urge all participants that during these 3 days, with open mind, detailing on these 3 questions: what must we preserve, what must we transform, and what must we build for the next generation. Let us make this conclave a platform where scholars meet communities, where technology meets tradition, where policy meets ground realities, and where the center and the states work together with academic institutions. I am particularly hopeful that our deliberations will culminate in clear commitments and a meaningful Mysuru declaration as envisaged in the program. Recently we had, I think in the last July month, we had Odisha Bhubaneswar declaration, and we already are working on some of the outcomes that we did in the Bhubaneswar declaration. Our objective should be that when we meet again, We should not merely be able to say that we had a successful conference, but we should be able to say that Conclave led to some real outcomes, practical documentation, new models and solutions, stronger community involvement, better museums, and above all, renewed confidence among tribal communities in the value of their language and heritage. That will be a meaningful contribution to the Viksit Bharat 2047. Let us remember, a developed India is not that become culturally uniform. A developed India is one that has become stronger when it celebrates its diversity. With this vision, I welcome you all to Mysuru and wish the conclave meaningful, candid, and outcome-oriented deliberations. Let us preserve our language, let us honor our heritage, let us empower our communities, and let us build a Viksit Bharat that leaves no culture, no community, and no voice behind. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much. Can we clap, audience, everybody? Thank you, sir. That was such a thoughtful speech. Thank you so much. And now I request Sri Yaduvir Krishnadatta Chamaraja Vadiya, our distinguished chief guest, Honorable Member of Parliament, Mysuru constituency, to please address the gathering and kindly share your thoughts on this national conclave, sir.
ಸಭೆಗೆ ನನ್ನ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸುತ್ತಾ ಇಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಮೈಸೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಬುಡಕಟ್ಟು ಭಾಷೆಗಳ ಹಾಗೂ ಸಂಗ್ರಹಾಲಯಗಳ ಒಂದು ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಕೇಂದ್ರದ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆದಂಥ ಶ್ರೀ ದುರ್ಗಾದಾಸ್ ಯುಕೆ ಅವರು ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಸಂತೋಷದ ಸಂಗತಿ. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ ಆನರ್ ಟು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಯು ಹಿಯರ್ ಇನ್ ಮೈಸೂರು ಸರ್, ಎಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ಫಾರ್ ಸಚ್ ಅನ್ ಆಗಸ್ಟ್ ಒಕೇಶನ್. We have very many tribal communities in and around Mysore district, in Chamarajnagar, and especially in Kodagu, which I also represent, all of which are facing various issues as well as doing very well in various quarters as well. And it will be our honor to bring those to your notice and continue to work as a representative of central government towards the upliftment here of these communities. To ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಈ ಪರಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ಪಂಗಡದ ಕಲ್ಯಾಣ ಇಲಾಖೆಯ ಸಚಿವರಾದಂಥ ಶ್ರೀ ಟಿ ರಘುಮೂರ್ತಿ ಅವರು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದು ಕೂಡ ನಮಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸಂತೋಷದ ಸಂಗತಿ. ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಹೇಳಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಈ ಒಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಪರಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ಪಂಗಡದ ಒಂದು ಸಬಲೀಕರಣಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಬದ್ಧವಾಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಸಹ ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಮುದಾಯದ ಏಳಿಗೆಗಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಹೋರಾಟವನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಬದ್ಧ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಮತ್ತು ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿನೂ ಕೂಡ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇಡೀ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಸಮುದಾಯದ ಏಳಿಗೆಗಾಗಿ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಾವು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಿಜಕ್ಕೂ ಒಂದು ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಿ ಈ ಸಮುದಾಯದ ಒಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಒಂದು ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಗಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಐ ಆಮ್ ಶೋರ್ ದಟ್ ಸೆಂಟಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಶೇರ್ಡ್ ಬೈ ಅವರ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್. ವಿ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ದಿ Joint Secretary of the Ministry of Tribal Affairs, Shri Anand Prakash Pandey, and his sentiments of the inclusion, or rather the achievement of Viksit Bharat only being with the development of all communities is most welcome. And I'm sure that the tribal community, as they have done throughout the history of India, their contribution to the Viksit Bharat will be immense, and if not for that, we will not achieve it. ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ಕನಗವಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಭಾಳ ಸಂತೋಷದ ಸಂಗತಿ. ಮತ್ತು ಬಸವರಾಜ್ ಕೊಡುಗುಂಟಿ ಅವರು, ನಮ್ಮ CIIL ನೂತನವಾಗಿ ಅವರು ಈಗ ಸುಮಾರು 3 ತಿಂಗಳಾಗಿದೆ ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮ CIIL ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರಾಗಿ. ವೆರಿ ಮಚ್ ಆರ್ ಆನರ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದಿ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ವಾಸ್ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಇನ್ ಟು ಮೈಥಿಲಿ, which is of course very much utilized in very many languages, and that was done here at this institute, and it's a matter of pride for us all. So we should congratulate them on the continued work as well as the work they do in preserving local languages, which all happens here in Mysore. I think that aspect of it needs to be highlighted more as to the wonderful work they are doing there. Saying these words, ladies and gentlemen, the conference today, I think, is a very important discussion towards what is required within the movement towards Viksit Bharat for the tribal communities, their upliftment, and how they can contribute to Viksit Bharat. Of course, we always talk about what we can do. I think there is a lot they can do for us in Viksit Bharat. A lot of talk, of course, of diversity today, and India being such a diverse nation yet unified. We must always remember it is for our unity is shown in diverse ways. It is not diversity in unity. Our unity is shown in diverse ways in India. We all come from one source, and that has diversified into many different things. The closest source that remains today to show that original Indian intent and sentiment or the expression of that Siddhant is in our tribal communities. And this, I think, should be expressed above all else. ಏನಿದೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಪರಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ಪಂಗಡಗಳು ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಬುಡಕಟ್ಟು ಜನಾಂಗ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಭಾರತೀಯ ಒಂದು ಪಾರಂಪರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಸಿದ್ಧಾಂತವನ್ನು ಅಭಿವ್ಯಕ್ತ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಭಾಷೆಗಳಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ಆ ಭಾಷೆಗಳು ಅಭಿವ್ಯಕ್ತ ಮಾಡೋದಂಥದ್ದು ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಒಂದು ಆ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿನೂ ನಿಜಕ್ಕೂ ಅಭಿವ್ಯಕ್ತ ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು ಒಂದು ಯಾವುದಾದ್ರೂ ಸಮುದಾಯ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ಪರಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ಪಂಗಡಗಳು. ಸೊ ಅದು ನಾವು ಭಾಳ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ಇವತ್ತು ವಿವರಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ, ಅದನ್ನ ರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಅತಿ ಅವಶ್ಯ. So this, I think, discussion of 2 days should generally pursue these lines and these sentiments, and I think bring forth truly what this community means to India and how they have preserved perhaps the closest sentiment or the closest feeling of that true Indian Indic knowledge systems as well as the Indic tradition as well. I think that is something that needs to be brought out and continue to be pursued across the length and breadth of India. We certainly in Karnataka also always showcase it as one of our central figures. We have the Dasara procession, wherein many communities from the tribal affairs continue to showcase their various art forms in the Dasara procession and all the 10 days of the various cultural activities that happen here. I think such things can be pursued even further with the help of our central government. Ladies and gentlemen, I do not want to talk too much. Our minister is here. Also, our minister from Karnataka government is here as well, and we are keen to hear all of their thoughts. I cannot say how much I am in support of the Honorable Joint Secretary's sentiment that this should not be just another conference. It should translate from debate, from discussion to something actionable, and from something actionable to something tangible. And that, I think, is the most important outcome of all conferences. We now are in love with these conferences and they last as conferences only. I think the actionable part of it and the tangible part of it should really be pursued with the same intent as these conferences, and we'll surely see, I think, a very positive outcome and a really beneficial outcome for all of us. In view of that, I'll please ask our state government, both secretary and minister are here, that we put up a proposal. I have been talking to very many communities, leaders here of our various tribal communities. We need a Karnataka museum dedicated to our tribal communities, and there's no better place than Mysuru to do it, because this is our cultural capital. We showcase all of the cultures that are here, and so this is one thing that is really lacking. We have so many heritage buildings in Mysuru, all are in disuse or in disregard. You can jointly renovate that building as well as showcase this wonderful culture that we have here in our tribal communities. And so please, if that proposal is sent up, surely our minister and me and even our cabinet minister as well as everyone who represents central government will follow along and certainly do this wonderful work that is required in preserving this culture. And Mysore, I think, should be the home for it, and this conference should be the launch pad for that going forward. And certainly these discussions here that can be an active forum to pursue it, perhaps as a center of excellence as well, in continuing to promote and pursue the agendas that the tribal community requires in order to continue to empower them. So saying these words, sir, and I should commend our minister and the entire ministry for all of the wonderful work they are giving us. In Kodagu, very many roads are happening only because of PM Janman, which is a wonderful scheme. Our tribal community centers across Hunsur, across Kodagu are coming up and being utilized very much by the community. And furthermore, we are getting to actually utilize their products and bring it to the forefront. And my only request to the central government is, right now, 90% of the buying is only us. So government is pushing them to create these products, and we are only buying them, and then we give it as gifts or utilize it at government places. It is not translating to the mainstream. So we need to move now, wherein like at a modern coffee shop, the honey being used is our tribal honey from our BR Hills. Something like that has to come up. The coir that we use in our Delhi homes should be from our local constituencies, a tribal community there. So that mainstreaming of these tribal products is something that we have to actively pursue, and I hope that we can use this forum to see how we can value add to these products, because right now it is a circular sort of economy within the government itself, and that has to really translate to the mainstream for this to be truly sustainable going forward. And so this is 2 points which I wanted to bring to the relevant governments that are present here, and I'm sure the many tribal institutes will echo the same sentiment in the days to come. We will certainly be here in Mysuru and Kodagu, not just here, but entirety of Karnataka, and as a central government's representative towards the continued upliftment of this wonderful community. They have given us so much, and we should remember that they have still so much to give us. It is really us who turn to benefit. It is nothing that we as a government or we as representatives have to give. We just have to put in the framework for them to really give us back. Indeed, even our independence movement is not just one movement. There were over 15 different movements, one of which was very important was the tribal movement under Shri Birsa Munda, which we always remember this year, and we should congratulate our Prime Minister for giving us this opportunity and disseminating this knowledge of how important that movement was in pushing forward the freedom movement in India. And I think Bhagwan Birsa Munda's history also should be something that is shared the length and breadth of India as well. So saying these words, once again thanking our honorable ministers, both of them, for coming here and giving us this wonderful conference in Mysore for a positive outcome. Let us all work together. Let this discussion move forward towards bringing tangible outcomes for our state and for our country. And surely we and my office also will play a small part in ensuring that this is seen positively in the years to come. Thank you so much for having me. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka, Jai Bharat Mate.
Thank you so much, sir. In your speech, we have observed many points, and especially the ideas and the thoughts which he has shared. Being Mysuru, the Mysuru capital for the tradition and cultures, as sir told, the tribal community, each and everything is portrayed, and we celebrate that when it comes to the Dasara festival. And yes, definitely all the things are matters to us, and can we clap for this wonderful idealistic speech. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much again. And right now, on stage, I request, and it's my privilege to invite Shri T. Ragumurthy, sir, Honorable Minister, Tribal Welfare Department, Government of Karnataka, to address the gathering. Sir, I request, sir.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನನ್ನ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳು. ಟುಡೇ ಟ್ರೈಬಲ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಮ್ಯೂಸಿಯಮ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಎಂಬ ಒಂದು ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಮಹತ್ವದ ವಿಷಯದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ ಕಾನ್ಕ್ಲೇವ್ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಕಾನ್ಕ್ಲೇವ್ನ ಈ ಒಂದು ಮಹತ್ವದ ಒಂದು ಸಂದರ್ಭ. ಮೊದಲಿಗೆ ಈ ಮಹತ್ವವಾದ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಆಯೋಜಿಸಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ, ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಆಫ್ ಟ್ರೈಬಲ್ ಅಫೇರ್ಸ್, ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜಸ್, ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಟ್ರೈಬಲ್ ವೆಲ್ಫೇರ್, ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಟ್ರೈಬಲ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮೈಸೂರು, ಇವರೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನನ್ನ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಐ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟೆಂಡ್ ಮೈ heartfelt welcome to the Honorable Union Minister for heavy ministers, Sri Durgadas Ulke, Honorable Minister of State for Tribal Affairs, and Honorable MP Sri Yeduveer Krishnadatta Chamaraj Vadiyar, Mysuru, and Chairman Bovi Abhiruddhi Nigama M. Ramappa, Government of Karnataka, and Basuraj Kadugunti, Director, Central Institute of Indian Languages, CIIL, and Secretary, Tribal Welfare, Government of Karnataka, Srimati Kanagavalli. And all Department of Scheduled Tribe Welfare, Government of Karnataka, and ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇರಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಮತ್ತು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ದೇಶದ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಭಾಗಗಳಿಂದ ಬಂದಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗೌರವಾನ್ವಿತರೆ, ತಮಗೆಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತ ಬಯಸ್ತಾ, ಈ ಒಂದಿನ ಟ್ರೈಬಲ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಕೇವಲ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಕೇಷನ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಕುರಿತು ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಗೌರವಾನ್ವಿತ MP ಅವರು ಮಾತನಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದರ ನಂತರ ನಮ್ಮ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾದ ಜಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ ಟ್ರೈಬಲ್ ವೆಲ್ಫೇರ್ನ ಅನಂತ್ ಪಾಂಡೆ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಇಯರ್, ಅವ್ರು ಮಾತನಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಅದರ ನಂತರ ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದವ್ರು ಅಂತ ತಿಳಿತೀನಿ ನಾನು, ಬಸವರಾಜ್ ಗುಡುಗುಡ್ಡಿ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಕುರಿತು ಮಾತನಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಈ ಭಾರತ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಈ ಒಂದು ವೈವಿಧ್ಯಮಯ ಬುಡಕಟ್ಟು ಸಮುದಾಯಗಳು, ಭಾಷೆಗಳು, ಉಪಭಾಷೆಗಳು, ಮೌಖಿಕ ಪರಂಪರೆಗಳು, ಸಾಂಪ್ರದಾಯಿಕ ಜ್ಞಾನ, ಆಚರಣೆ ಇವನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಕೂಡ ನೋಡಿದಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಯುವ ಪೀಳಿಗೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಷಾ ಬಳಕೆ ಬಹುಶಃ ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಬುಡಕಟ್ಟು ಭಾಷೆ ತನ್ನ ಜೀವಂತಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಕಳೆದುಕೊಂಡಾಗ ಕೇವಲ ಒಂದು ಭಾಷಾ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯೇ ನಶಿಸುವುದಿಲ್ಲ, ಬದಲಿಗೆ ಶ್ರೀಮಂತ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಮತ್ತು ಪಾರಂಪರಿಕ ಜ್ಞಾನವು ನಶಿಸುತ್ತವೆ. ಇದೇ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬುಡಕಟ್ಟು ಭಾಷೆಗಳ ದಾಖಲೀಕರಣ, ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮತ್ತು ಪುನರುಜ್ಜೀವನಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಮಟ್ಟದ ಸಮಾವೇಶವನ್ನು ಈ ದಿನ ಹಮ್ಮಿಕೊಂಡಿದೆ. ಇದು ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಅಭಿನಂದನಾರ್ಹ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾವಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಏನು 2011ರ ಒಂದು ಜನಗಣತಿಯ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಈ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು 19,569 ಮೂಲ ಮಾತೃಭಾಷೆಗಳನ್ನು ಪಟ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡಲಾಗಿರ್ತದೆ. ಅದರ ನಂತರ ಭಾಷಾ ವರ್ಗೀಕರಣ ನಂತರ 1369 ಭಾಷೆಗಳಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಪ್ರಮುಖವಾಗಿ ಗುರುತಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದರ ನಂತರ 10,000ಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಜನರು ಮಾತನಾಡೋಂಥ ಮಾತೃಭಾಷೆಗಳನ್ನು ಗುಂಪುಗೊಳಿಸಿ ಮತ್ತು 121 ಭಾಷೆಗಳಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಏನು ನಮ್ಮ ಟ್ರೈಬಲ್ಸ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಮ್ಯೂಸಿಯಮ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವೇನು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಆಯೋಜಿಸಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಈ ಬುಡಕಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಿಸಿದಂತೆ ಭಾಷೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಿಸಿದಂತೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಭಾಷೆ ಇದೆ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ನಮಗೆ ನಿಖರವಾಗಿ ಇದುವರೆಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಅವುಗಳ ಒಂದು ಜೀವಂತಿಕೆ, ಮಾತನಾಡುವವರ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆ, ಭೌಗೋಳಿಕ ವ್ಯಾಪ್ತಿ, ಪೀಳಿಗೆ ನಡುವೆ ನಾವು ಭಾಷಾ ವರ್ಗಾವಣೆ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹುಶಃ ಲಿಖಿತ ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲಗಳಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಡಿಜಿಟಲ್ ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲಗಳಿರ್ಬೋದು ಮತ್ತು ದಾಖಲೀಕರಣ ಸ್ಥಿತಿಗತಿಗಳನ್ನು ಒಳಗೊಂಡಂಥ ಸಮಗ್ರ ಭಾಷಾ ಪ್ರೊಫೈಲಿಂದ ರೂಪಿಸೋದು ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಪರಿಣಾಮಕಾರಿ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾವಿಸ್ತಾ, ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಕುರಿತು ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ವಿವರವಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ MP ಅವರು ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಜಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ನಮ್ಮ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಬಸವರಾಜ್ ಗುಡುಗುಂಟಿ ಅವರು ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ವಿವರವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಷ್ಟೇ, ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗ್ಲೂ ನಮ್ಮ ಬುಡಕಟ್ಟು ಜನಾಂಗ ಏನಿದೆ, ಪರಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ವರ್ಗಗಳು ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಪರಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ಪಂಗಡಗಳ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಲ್ಯಾಣ ಇಲಾಖೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಜೊತೆ ಸೇರಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಜನಾಂಗದ ಏನು ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ 51 ಜಾತಿ ಜನಾಂಗದವರು ಈ ಒಂದು ಪರಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ಪಂಗಡದ ಇಲಾಖೆಗೆ ಸೇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ನಾವು ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಬಹುಶಃ ಆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಒಂದು ಸಹಯೋಗದೊಂದಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಈ ಭಾಷಾ ಇದು ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಮುಖ್ಯ. ಭಾಷೆಗಳಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಮ್ಯೂಸಿಯಮ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಆ ಮ್ಯೂಸಿಯಮಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿದಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಸ್ತ್ರೀ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಸಂಘ ಅಥವಾ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಒಂದು ಸಂಘಗಳ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಅವರು ತಯಾರಿಸಿದಂಥ ಒಂದು ವಸ್ತುಗಳೇನಿದೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸರಿಯಾದ ಬೆಲೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟು, ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ಅವ್ರು ಕೊಡೋದ್ರ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಅವರ ಜೀವನ ಮಟ್ಟ ಸುಧಾರಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಮೂಲಭೂತ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಗಳನ್ನು ಕಲ್ಪಿಸೋದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ನ್ಯಾಯವನ್ನು ಕೊಡೋಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗ್ಲೂ ನಾವು ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ಬಂದಂಥ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅಭಿನಂದಿಸ್ತಾ, ಗೌರವವನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತಾ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ತಮಗೆಲ್ರಿಗೂ ವಂದಿಸ್ತಾ ನಾನು 2 ಮಾತನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್. ವೆನ್ ಇಟ್ ಕಮ್ಸ್ ಟು ದ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜ್, ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿರೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಅಳಿವಿನಂಚು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಅಳಿವಿನಂಚಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಭಾಷೆನ ತರ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಈ ಒಂದು ಇನಿಷಿಯೇಟಿವ್, ಫಾರ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ he has literally told a supporting words for us. Let us thank him with a huge round of applause, audience, everybody. Thank you so much, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going with the wonderful time, that is launching of the primers, Karnataka primers. So I request our dignitaries to please take an initiative. We are now have an important release ceremony. The Karnataka primers in tribal languages prepared by the Tribal Welfare Department, Karnataka, in association with the Karnataka State Tribal Research Institute, which will be formally released right now. Sannivesha flashcards, teacher's guide, and student primers. When it comes to this launch, dear ladies and gentlemen, it is Jenu Nudi, where the languages is been translated into Jenu Nudi through Nali Kali theme, which is so easy to understand in environmental science, mathematics, Kannada languages, with activity as well. A wonderful initiative from Government of Karnataka. Can we clap and let us launch this wonderful time? An important step towards strengthening mother tongue learning and making education more accessible and meaningful for tribal children. Let me thank all the dignitaries, and we are now moving into the next key moments of today's inaugural program. That is, the next segment brings together several important initiatives of the Ministry of Tribal Affairs. That's signing of MOUs between the Ministry of Tribal Affairs and CIIL. I now request Shri Ganesh Nagarajan sir, Deputy Secretary, Ministry of Tribal Affairs, New Delhi, and Director, Central Institute of Indian Languages, CIIL, Mysuru, Shri Professor Basavaraja Kodagunti sir, to please take an initiative. When it comes to the MOU, Memorandum of Understanding between the Ministry of Tribal Affairs and the Central Institute of Indian Languages, aimed at strengthening the documentation, preservation, and revitalization of India's tribal languages through the Adivani initiative. May I request the dignitaries from both organizations to kindly come forward for the signing ceremony and mark this important step towards combining linguistic expertise, community knowledge, and language technology for the future generations. Thank you, sir. Let us clap, everybody, and let's make this a wonderful, lively moment right now. Let me thank Shri Ganesh Nagarajan sir and Professor Basavaraja Kodagunti sir. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we now come to the launch of TriBot, Jago, an AI-powered digital companion designed to make information and knowledge more accessible to tribal research institutes and stakeholders. To mark this moment, we invite you to watch the launch video. But before that, we are going with the wonderful character launch. Can we go with the character launch? and that is from all the dignitaries right now. The character and the identity of the tribot. Jago, an AI-powered digital companion designed to make information and knowledge more accessible to tribal research institutes and stakeholders. Let us clap and would love to have your energy, ladies and gentlemen. So this is the character being launched by our dignitaries.
Hi, I'm Jago, Ministry of Tribal Affairs bot, an AI conversational assistant designed to provide schemes, scholarships, and programs. I will answer all your queries. Welcome to the National Conclave on Tribal Languages and Museums.
So to get the in-detail information,
Hi, I'm
we are
Jago,
going with the
Ministry of
launch
Tribal
video.
Affairs bot, an AI conversational assistant designed to provide real-time information on tribal welfare schemes, scholarships, and programs. I will answer all your queries. Welcome to the National Conclave on Tribal Languages and Museums.
Thank you. That was the video which we had, and it's been launched at the same time. Tribot. Can we clap, audience, everybody? Please put your hands together. And let us go with the next. That's Adivani curtain raiser and launch video. Launch of the iOS application, introduction of a new feature on the Adivani platform, including the addition of 5 new languages and the launch of the Adivani logo. Dear ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to the curtain raiser of Adivani, language is more than the words we speak. It is how a community remembers, learns, and passes its knowledge to the next generation. Adivani is an important step towards ensuring that our tribal languages find a place not only in our classrooms and communities, but also in the digital world. With this vision, may I now everybody to please put your hands together and let us witness this wonderful moment. Let us thank all the dignitaries. And regarding Adivani, we have one VT. Let us play the VT, sir.
सदियों की खामोशी में दबी एक आवाज अब बोलने को तैयार है। हर भाषा अपने साथ एक दुनिया लेकर चलती है, एक ऐसी विरासत जिसमें पीढ़ियों का ज्ञान, उनकी कहानियां और उनकी पहचान संजोई रहती है। भारत की जनजातीय भाषाएं या ट्राइबल लैंग्वेजेस भी ऐसी ही समृद्ध विरासत को अपने भीतर समेटे हुए हैं। हर बोली में सदियों की सभ्यता की धड़कन है, हर उच्चारण में एक पूरी सभ्यता जिंदा है। आज जब दुनिया तेजी से डिजिटल हो रही है, तो इन भाषाओं को भी इस बदलाव का हिस्सा बनाना जरूरी है। इसी सोच के साथ शुरू हुई है आदिवानी की कहानी। मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ ट्राइबल अफेयर्स और IIT दिल्ली के सहयोग से विकसित आदिवानी एक AI आधारित मंच है जो जनजातीय भाषाओं को डिजिटल तकनीक से जोड़ता है। 2025 में आदिवानी का बीटा वर्जन लॉन्च हुआ। IIT दिल्ली के नेतृत्व में बने राष्ट्रीय कंसोर्टियम के साथ इस सफर में तकनीकी संस्थानों और स्टेट ट्राइबल रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट्स ने भी योगदान दिया। 4 जनजातीय भाषाओं से शुरू हुआ यह सफर अब एक नए मुकाम पर है। अब आदिवानी अपने फुल स्केल चरण में प्रवेश कर रहा है। IIT दिल्ली के नेतृत्व में प्लेटफॉर्म को आगे बढ़ाया जा रहा है, जबकि स्टेट ट्राइबल रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट्स भाषा के डॉक्यूमेंटेशन और ग्राउंड लेवल पर अपना सहयोग जारी रखेंगे और अब इसका दायरा भी बढ़ रहा है। 4 भाषाओं से शुरू हुआ आदिवानी अब 9 जनजातीय भाषाओं तक पहुंच रहा है। 5 और भाषाएं इस बढ़ते इकोसिस्टम का हिस्सा बनेंगी, यानी ज्यादा भाषाएं, ज्यादा समुदाय और अपनी भाषा में टेक्नोलॉजी तक ज्यादा पहुंच। अब बात करते हैं आदिवानी की उन फीचर्स की जो इसे खास बनाती हैं। अगर कोई वाक्य है, उसे टाइप कीजिए और अपनी भाषा में ट्रांसलेट कीजिए। कुछ कहना है, बोलिए और अपनी आवाज को टेक्स्ट में बदलिए। 2 अलग भाषाओं में बातचीत करनी है, स्पीच टू स्पीच ट्रांसलेशन के जरिए संवाद आसान बनाया जा सकता है। किसी तस्वीर या डॉक्यूमेंट में लिखा टेक्स्ट है, उसे स्कैन कीजिए। OCR उस टेक्स्ट को पहचान कर डिजिटल रूप दे सकता है। इसके साथ आदिवानी पर ट्राइबल लैंग्वेज डिक्शनरी, लैंग्वेज प्राइमर्स और एजुकेशन, हेल्थ और पब्लिक अवेयरनेस से जुड़े रिसोर्सेज भी उपलब्ध हैं। यानी भाषा को पढ़ने, लिखने बोलने, सुनने और डिजिटल रूप देने की कई सुविधाएं एक ही प्लेटफॉर्म पर। अब आदिवानी का अगला एक्सपेंशन शुरू हो रहा है। वेब और एंड्रॉइड के साथ अब iOS पर भी इसकी पहुंच बढ़ रही है। वीडियो सबटाइटलिंग के जरिए चुनिंदा रिकॉर्डेड और पब्लिक कम्युनिकेशन को ट्राइबल लैंग्वेज में ज्यादा लोगों तक पहुंचाया जा सकता है। और फिर है आदिकोश, एक कम्युनिटी ड्रिवन प्लेटफॉर्म जहां ट्राइबल लैंग्वेज के स्पीच, टेक्स्ट और दूसरे लैंग्वेज रिसोर्सेज को कलेक्ट, एनोटेट और वैलिडेट किया जा सकेगा। क्योंकि बेहतर लैंग्वेज टेक्नोलॉजी के लिए बेहतर लैंग्वेज डेटा भी उतना ही जरूरी है। और इसकी संभावनाएं सिर्फ एक प्लेटफॉर्म तक सीमित नहीं है। एक लैंग्वेज लैब जहां बच्चे अपनी ही भाषा में सीख सकें। एक गूगल क्रोम एक्सटेंशन जो ऑनलाइन कंटेंट को सपोर्टेड ट्राइबल लैंग्वेज में ट्रांसलेट करने में मदद करे। ऐसे चैट प्लेटफॉर्म जहां अलग अलग भाषाओं के बीच बातचीत आसान हो। और कंपनियों के लिए वॉइस बेस्ड सर्विसेज जिनका इस्तेमाल कॉलिंग और कस्टमर सपोर्ट के लिए किया जा सके। यानी आदिवानी सिर्फ ट्रांसलेशन की सुविधा नहीं है, यह ट्राइबल लैंग्वेज को एजुकेशन, कम्युनिकेशन और डिजिटल सर्विसेज से जोड़ने की दिशा में एक बड़ा कदम है। 4 भाषाओं से 9 तक, बीटा से फुल स्केल तक, वेबसाइट से मोबाइल तक, आदिवानी ट्राइबल लैंग्वेज को सिर्फ डिजिटल दुनिया में जगह नहीं दे रहा, बल्कि उन्हें डिजिटल फ्यूचर के लिए तैयार कर रहा है। क्योंकि भाषा सिर्फ संवाद का माध्यम नहीं है, भाषा पहचान है, भाषा ज्ञान है, भाषा धरोहर है, एक विरासत है। और जब यह विरासत टेक्नोलॉजी से जुड़ती है तो उसकी आवाज आने वाली पीढ़ियों तक पहुंचती है। आदिवाणी, हर आवाज की डिजिटल विरासत।
These initiatives mark an important step towards bringing technology, documentation and accessibility together in the service of Indian tribal languages. So can we clap a huge round of applause for this wonderful, these initiatives. Thank you so much again. And right now, it's a privilege of hearing from Shri Durgadas Uike sir, Honorable Union Minister of State, Ministry of Tribal Affairs. Sir, may I request you to please kindly address the gathering.
आत्मीय भाइयों बहनों, राष्ट्रीय संगोष्ठी जनजातीय भाषाओं एवं जनजातीय स्वतंत्रता सेनानी संग्रहालय के निमित्त आज ये राष्ट्रीय संगोष्ठी की शुभारंभना, ये उद्घाटन सत्र है। और आज इस आयोजन में इस लोकसभा के लोकप्रिय और यशस्वी शुभंकर सांसद श्री यदुवीर कृष्ण दत्ता वाडियार जी मंचासीन हैं। करतल ध्वनि से इनका अभिनंदन करें, स्वागत करें। हमारे बीच में श्री रघुमर्थी जी, जनजाति कार्य मंत्री कर्नाटक सरकार हमारे बीच हैं। हमारे बीच में श्री अनंत प्रकाश पांडे जी, संयुक्त सचिव जनजाति कार्य मंत्रालय भारत सरकार, श्रीमती कनकवल्ली, सचिव जनजाति कार्य विभाग कर्नाटक सरकार, श्री वस्वराजा कोंडागुट्टी जी, निर्देशक सेंट्रल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ इंडियन लैंग्वेज, देश भर से आए ट्राइबल रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट के निर्देशक गण एवं अधिकारीगण, विभिन्न भाषाओं के विद्वान, शोधकर्ता, संग्रहालय विशेषज्ञ, तकनीकी विशेषज्ञ और जनजातीय समाज के प्रतिनिधिगण, श्री रामप्पा चेयरमैन सिस्कॉम सहित सभी आत्मवत, मित्रवत, बंधु बांधव, शक्ति स्वरूपा, देवी स्वरूपा सभी बहनें। मित्रों, सर्वप्रथम मैसूर की इस ऐतिहासिक और सांस्कृतिक भूमि को मेरा सादर नमन वंदन प्रस्तुत करता हूँ। मैसूर भारत की समृद्ध ऐतिहासिक, आध्यात्मिक और सांस्कृतिक विरासत का एक जीवंत केंद्र है। चामुंडी पहाड़ियों की छत्र छाया में बसा यह नगर पौराणिक परंपराओं, राजवंशों, कला, साहित्य, संगीत और लोक संस्कृति की लंबी यात्रा का ये साक्षी रहा है। पौराणिक मान्यता के अनुसार इस भूमि पर मां चामुंडेश्वरी ने महिषासुर का वध किया था। इसी कारण इस क्षेत्र का संबंध महिषासुर और मैसूर से जोड़ा जाता है और कालांतर में यही नाम मैसूर बना। और उसी राजवंश के प्रतिनिधि के रूप में भाई माननीय सांसद जी मंचासीन है। मित्रों, इतिहास के पन्नों में देखें तो इस क्षेत्र पर गंग, चालुक्य, चोल, होयसल, वाडियार और विजयनगर जैसे महत्वपूर्ण राजवंशों का प्रभाव रहा है। मैसूर की विरासत में राजसत्ता, संघर्ष, कला और सांस्कृतिक विकास की अनेक धाराएं एक साथ दिखाई पड़ती है। और मुझे लगता है कि जनजातीय भाषाओं और जनजातीय स्वतंत्रता सेनानी संग्रहालयों पर चर्चा के लिए इससे बेहतर भूमि की कल्पना करना कठिन है, क्योंकि जिस भूमि ने सदियों से इतिहास को संरक्षित किया है, संस्कृति को पोषित किया है और परंपराओं को पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी आगे बढ़ाया है, उसी भूमि पर आज हम भारत के जनजाति समाज की भाषा, संस्कृति और स्वतंत्रता संघर्ष की गाथाओं को संरक्षित करने का संकल्प लेने के लिए यहाँ एकत्रित हुए हैं। आज जनजातीय भाषाओं एवं जनजाति स्वतंत्रता सेनानी संग्रहालय विषय पर आयोजित यह राष्ट्रीय संगोष्ठी भारत की स्मृति को संजोने, हमारी जनजातीय अस्मिता, अस्तित्व को सम्मान देने और आने वाली पीढ़ियों को अपनी जड़ों से जोड़ने का ये राष्ट्रीय संकल्प है। हम यहाँ दो अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण विषयों पर विचार करने के लिए एकत्र हुए हैं। पहला है हमारी जनजातीय भाषाएं और दूसरा है हमारे जनजातीय स्वतंत्रता सेनानियों का गौरवशाली इतिहास। मित्रों, यदि मैं भूमिका के रूप में यदि उसको जोड़ूं, इस धरती का सबसे प्राचीन ग्रंथ है ऋग्वेद। पहली पुस्तक धरती पर यदि कोई लिखी गई तो वो है ऋग्वेद। ऋग्वेद में प्रकृति का उत्कृष्ट प्रतिपादन, साथ में जनजाति समाज, वहाँ से यात्रा करते हुए यदि हम प्रभु श्री राम उस कालखंड में भी मित्रों जनजाति समाज का बड़ा गौरवशाली इतिहास है। और ये वन्यांचल और आरण्यक संस्कृति भारत की, जहाँ पर सभी प्रकार से ये राष्ट्र विकसित होता हुआ विश्व गुरु के सिंहासन पर प्रतिष्ठित होकर पूरे विश्व वसुधा का प्रतिनिधित्व करता रहा है। भाइयों बहनों, यदि आप भगवान राम के 14 वर्षों तक जो सहयोगी थे, वे कौन थे? यही जनजाति समाज के हमारे भाई बहन थे, जिन्होंने 14 वर्षों तक उनके साथ में कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर राम रावण युद्ध में वानर, गिद्ध, गिलहरी के रूप में उस वक्त संवैधानिक शब्द जो है जनजाति या आदिवासी, ये प्रादुर्भूत नहीं हुआ था, इन शब्दों का जन्म नहीं हुआ था। तब उस कालखंड में जिन्होंने वानर का, जो भी भाषाविद है दुनिया के, व्याकरणाचार्य है, वो यदि संधि विच्छेद करें तो वानर का अर्थ वन में रहने वाले लोग। तो वो वानर जिन्होंने प्रभु श्री रामचंद्र जी के साथ में भी कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर राष्ट्र, धर्म और संस्कृति की प्राण प्रतिष्ठा के लिए जिन्होंने अपना सर्वस्व बलिदान किया। मित्रों, महाभारत काल में आप आएंगे तो भीम ने हमारी जनजाति समाज की एक बेटी के साथ शादी की थी जिसका नाम था हेडम्बा। हेडम्बा का बेटा अश्वस्थामा, अश्वस्थामा का बेटा बर्बरिक, जिसको खाटू श्याम भगवान श्री कृष्ण के विग्रह के रूप में वंदित पूजित होते हैं। भाइयों बहनों, महाभारत काल में एकलव्य जनजाति समाज का वो युवा मित्रों, जिसने मिट्टी की प्रतिमा बनाकर अपने गुरु की सारी दिव्यता को, सारे दिव्य गुणों को, सारी विद्याओं को अवशोषित कर लिया था। ऐसा युवा जनजाति समाज का आज की आधुनिक इसमें परकाया प्रवेश और पंचाग्नि विद्या के जो सिद्ध महापुरुष हैं, वो किसी के भी भीतर के जल को अवशोषित कर सकते हैं। आज का विषय वो नहीं है, लेकिन विद्याओं में बड़ी शक्ति है। ये शरीर ही पंच तत्वों से निर्मित है और जो इस पंच तत्वों को चेतन कर लेता है शरीर में, तो नियंता के निकट पहुंच जाता है। मित्रों, जनजाति समाज वो माता सबरी, क्यों भाई, जनजाति समाज की वो माँ बहन, उस कालखंड में प्रभु श्री राम, उस कालखंड के युग दृष्टा, युग नायक माता सबरी के आश्रम में जाकर उससे भेंट करके और झूठे बेर खाकर उनका आतिथ्य ग्रहण किया। वो जनजाति समाज, उस जनजाति समाज के बोली भाषा, वहां से लेकर महाराणा प्रताप, भारत के शौर्य और पराक्रम और वीरता के प्रतीक, हमारी अस्मिता के द्योतक, आदिवासी समाज के सेनापति वीर कुंजा भील, जिसने महाराणा प्रताप का मस्तक झुकने नहीं दिया, वो जनजाति समाज। हजारों टुकड़ों में विभाजित विखंडित राष्ट्र, इसको एक माला में गूंथने की प्रतिज्ञा लेकर आचार्य चाणक्य गुरुकुल से उस कालखंड में ऐसी स्थिति आई कि वो थक गए कि यार ये विखंडित राष्ट्र को मैं एक माला में नहीं गूंथ पाऊंगा। तब मित्रों, उन्होंने जनजाति समाज के जो राजा थे वन्यांचलों में, वहां आश्रय लेकर फिर से सेना गठित करके विखंडित राष्ट्र को एक माला में गूंथने का जो अनुपम, अद्वितीय, असाधारण प्रयत्न किया, उसमें जनजाति समाज की बड़ी भूमिका है। आजादी के स्वतंत्रता समर में लाखों लाखों जनजाति समाज के रणबांकुरों ने राष्ट्र की आजादी के लिए अपने प्राणों की आहुतियां दी। भाइयों बहनों, इतना विलक्षण और धरती के 75% भूभाग पर जनजाति समाज रहता था। 1947 को देश आजाद हुआ मित्रों। जिन्होंने दीर्घावधि तक राष्ट्र पर शासन किया, भारत पे शासन किया, उन्होंने जनजाति समाज के बारे में कोई चिंतन, उनके सर्वांगीण विकास और उनके गौरवशाली इतिहास का अध्ययन अध्यापन करने की दिशा में कोई प्रयत्न नहीं किया। लेकिन 2014 के बाद में देश के यशस्वी और शुभंकर प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने आजादी के 75वें अमृत महोत्सव के अवसर पर पूरे देश भर में जनजाति समाज के जो योद्धा थे, रणबांकुरे थे, राष्ट्र, धर्म और संस्कृति के लिए जिन्होंने प्राणोत्सर्ग किया था, जिन इस गौरवशाली इतिहास को पुनर्लेखन, पुनर्स्थापन और फिर से गौरव गरिमा को जगाने के लिए भाइयों बहनों एक विलक्षण और क्रांतिकारी कदम उन्होंने उठाया और आज उनके सर्वांगीण विकास के लिए ये 12.5 करोड़ जनजाति समाज पूरे देश में रहता है, उनके सर्वांगीण विकास के लिए धरती आबा ग्राम उत्कर्ष अभियान, जिसमें पूरे भारतवर्ष के 63,000 गांवों को चिन्हित करके वहां बुनियादी जो जरूरतें हैं उनको पूरा करना, प्रधानमंत्री जनमन के माध्यम से जो पीछे रह गई है जो जातियां, अर्थतंत्र से लेकर शिक्षा दीक्षा, इस तरह से प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जनमन योजना के माध्यम से जनजाति समाज के सर्वांगीण विकास के लिए जो पीछे रह गए भाई बहन, अंतिम सिरे पर है, जिनका ग्राम पंचायतों में भी प्रतिनिधित्व नहीं है, उनके तरफ से बोलने वाला लोकसभा में भी नहीं है, ऐसे भाई और बहनों की चिंता करके प्रधानमंत्री जन्म 24,000 करोड़ रुपए का बजट देकर उनको कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर वो कैसे आगे बढ़ सकते हैं और 2047 का जो सपना है कि राष्ट्र दुनिया का सर्वाधिक विकसित और समृद्ध राष्ट्र बने, उसकी तैयारी का ये बहुत ही बड़ा भाग है। तो ये बहुत ही गुरुतर कार्य करने के निमित्त आज यहाँ पर आप और हम सब एकत्रित हैं। मित्रों, जनजाति समाज की मान्यता है कि उनकी भाषा भगवान शंकर का जो मृदंग है, डमरू है भगवान शिव का, ध्वनि विज्ञान के मर्मज्ञ और विशेषज्ञ इस बात को महसूस करते हैं कि उस नाद से उत्पादित ये बोलियां हैं, ये भाषाएं हैं भगवान शिव के मृदंग से। जो मंत्र तंत्र यंत्र के जो साधक हैं, जो स्वरों और व्यंजनों की चेतना तक जिनकी पहुंच है, ऐसे शब्द मर्मज्ञों ने मित्रों उसका बहुत ही सूक्ष्म विश्लेषण किया है। और आज भाषा जो भाव संवेदनाओं की अभिव्यक्ति का सशक्त माध्यम है, आज हम 9 जो बोलियां हैं जनजाति समाज की, मैं गोंड जनजाति का हूं। मेरे मध्य प्रदेश में लगभग 2.5 करोड़ पॉपुलेशन जो है पूरे देश में, 2.5 करोड़ से भी ऊपर गोंड जनजाति के भाई बहन रहते हैं। लगभग 9 राज्यों में गोंड जनजाति के भाई बहन रहते हैं और गोंडी बोली उनकी है। महामहिम राष्ट्रपति जी संथाली बोली उनके घर में संथाल समुदाय की हैं। ऐसे 9 बोलियां जो जनजाति समाज की हैं, उन बोलियों का आदिवानी के माध्यम से मित्रों रूपांतरण करके और दल से दल को जोड़ने का, एक दूसरे को समझने का ये महाअभियान यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में शुरू हुआ है। भाइयों बहनों, आज इस वीर कौम जो पीछे रह गए किसी कारणवश, उनसे जुड़कर और जो प्रकृति के शरण में रहने वाली जातियां, भाइयों बहनों, इन संग्रहालयों के माध्यम से उनके शौर्य पराक्रम और राष्ट्रनिष्ठ और समाजनिष्ठ जीवन जीने की जो पद्धति है, उनको आने वाली पीढ़ियों के लिए संरक्षित करने का ये वक्त है। यहाँ पर मेरे प्रिय छोटे भाई श्री वड्डियार जी ने जो मांग की है कि यहाँ पर संग्रहालय बनना चाहिए, मैं आपको आश्वस्त करता हूँ कि आप यहाँ से प्रस्ताव आप हमारे यहाँ प्रेषित करें। आपसे वादा करता हूँ कि ये हम यहाँ पर संग्रहालय के लिए, और जो भी आपने मांग की है हमारे मंत्री जी ने भी, तो मैं आश्वस्त करता हूँ दोनों भाइयों को कि जो अपेक्षा हमारे मंत्रालय से की है वो हमारे सभी पूरा तंत्र हमारे यहाँ पर है, और हम निश्चित रूप से जो मांग जो आपने की है उस दिशा बड़ा बनना अलग है मित्रों, लेकिन महान बनना अलग है। बड़े बनने की आपाधापी में विविध प्रकार के संताप हैं। आप कल्पना करें, यदि दिल्ली की हवा खराब हो गई की दिशा में पश्चिमी दर्शन के साथ में जो आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, विविध प्रकार के दुख। भाइयों बहनों, जिन भाइयों ने अभी भाइयों और बहनों ने यहाँ पर अभिनंदन किया हम लोगों का, उन्होंने अपनी मूल संस्कृति का प्रतिपादन अपने नृत्य वाद्य के माध्यम से और अभिनंदन करते हुए अपने लिए कम से कम, क्या भाई 10 पीढ़ियों के लिए, नहीं 10 पीढ़ियों का संग्रह की वृत्ति नहीं। भाइयों बहनों, सनातन में कहते हैं कि 84 लाख योनियां हैं। मित्र, सिर्फ मनुष्य ही एक ऐसा है प्राणी जो विविध प्रकार से धक्का मुक्की करता हुआ पेट भरने के बाद भी 10 पीढ़ियों के बारे में सोचता और विविध प्रकार के उपद्रव और उद्दंडता करता हुआ जीवन जीता है। इस विश्व वसुधा पे जितने भी युद्ध चल रहे हैं मित्रों, जितनी भी घोर अशांति है पूरे धरती पर, मानव जाति बारूद के ढेर पर खड़ी है। व्यक्ति व्यक्ति मित्रों जहां आज बटा हुआ महसूस करता है, उस परिस्थिति में मित्रों आज हम वो समुदाय, जनजाति समुदाय के बारे में, उनके रहन सहन, उठना बैठना, खाना पीना, उसकी ओर हम मुड़ रहे हैं। समाजशास्त्रियों ने कहा कि सभ्यता की शुभारंभना जिस बिंदु से होती है, एक दिन अंत वही होता है। भाइयों बहनों, कितना भी भटक जाए, किंतु अंत जो है, हमारी जो लास्ट में हमारा जो आगमन है, वही हमको समदर्शी भाव के साथ में, समत्व बुद्धि के साथ में मित्रों, हमको सामाजिक संरचना का जो ढांचा है, उस दिशा में हमको चिंतन करने की आवश्यकता है। मित्रों, आपको पता है कि अनेक बार कहते हैं कि धरती पर जल प्लावन आते रहे हैं, अनेक बार समुद्र का पानी धरती पर आता है कहते हैं और सबको समेट के ले जाता है, जल प्रलय जिसको कहते हैं, शास्त्रों में वर्णित है। समुद्र सतह से सैकड़ों मीटर की ऊंचाई पर जनजातियां रहती हैं, टेकड़ों पे, पहाड़ों पे, दुर्गम स्थानों पे। भाइयों बहनों, ये मानव सभ्यता का बीज है जनजाति समाज। जब जब भी महाप्रलय धरती पर आते हैं तो ये टेकड़ों और पहाड़ों पर समुद्र सतह से हजारों मीटर की ऊंचाई पर रहने वाली ये जातियां विपन्न स्थिति में, वहीं से फिर से सभ्यता की शुरुआत होती है, वहीं से सभ्यता की, मनुष्य का बीज है। मित्रों, इसकी व्यापक और मीमांसा व्याख्या न करते हुए मैं सिर्फ इतना कहूँगा दोस्तों कि ये 3 दिवस जनजाति समाज के उन महापुरुषों और संग्रहालय की निर्मिति और आदिवानी के माध्यम से मित्रों जो शोध यहाँ करने के लिए हम सब एकत्रित हैं, मैं आप सभी लोगों से अपेक्षा करता हूँ कि ये 3 दिवस अत्यंत सार्थक होंगे और अपनी प्रतिभा, क्षमता और योग्यता के साथ में मित्रों जनजाति समाज जो पीछे रह गया है, ये संवेदनशील समाज जो पीछे रह गया है, उनको कैसे हम आगे लाए और बराबरी में हम खड़े करके मित्रों, देश के प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने अपने राष्ट्र के लिए 2047 में ये राष्ट्र दुनिया का सर्वश्रेष्ठ राष्ट्र बनेगा, ये राष्ट्र फिर से विश्व गुरु के सिंहासन पर प्रतिष्ठित होकर पूरे विश्व का नेतृत्व करें, ऐसा सुमंगलकारी भाव मन में प्रतिष्ठापित करके मित्रों ये त्रैदिवसीय गोष्ठी को अपन शिखर पर स्थापित करेंगे। मैं एक बार फिर इस कक्ष में विद्यमान सारे विद्वानों को, अनुसंधानकर्ताओं को, व्यक्ति व्यक्ति को मैं आपका अभिनंदन करते हुए मैं त्रैदिवसीय कार्यशाला की सफलता की मैं आपको शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Shri Durgadas Uike sir, Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Tribal Affairs, New Delhi. सर जी, आपके जानकारीपूर्ण बातचीत के लिए धन्यवाद बोलना चाहेंगे एक जोरदार तालियों से. Everybody, please put your hands together. Let us thank him for the wonderful, informative talk. And right now, dear ladies and gentlemen, to formally express our gratitude to all those who have contributed to this inaugural program, I now invite and request Sri Ganesh Nagarajan sir, Deputy Secretary, Ministry of Tribal Affairs, to please propose the vote of thanks.
Good morning, one and all. As we conclude this inaugural session, it's my privilege to propose the vote of thanks. At the very outset, I express my sincere gratitude to our Honorable Minister of State for Tribal Affairs, Shri Durgadas Uike, for gracing this occasion and for his visionary guidance which continues to position tribal language and memory at the very heart of the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. Thank you, sir. Sir, you called to move decisively for the passive documentation of tribal languages and to actively revitalize this has given us a clear definition and direction for the deliberations ahead. I also thank him for his address following the launch of Adivani's new features and signing of MOUs with CIIL. Your emphasis on strengthening on tribal languages through technological innovation, AI, digital archives and platforms such as Adivani, and on carrying this work forward into our classrooms, including EMRS school and ashram schools, has reinforced the spirit with which the conclave has been conceived. I extend my sincere gratitude to Honorable Shri T. Ragumurthy ji, Minister, Tribal Welfare Department, Government of Karnataka, for his ministerial address and for Karnataka's steadfast commitment to as our host as well in this wonderful event, and also a partnership which has been reflected today in the release of Karnataka primers and in the meticulous arrangement that has been gone into for arranging this conclave. Thank you, sir. We are privileged by the presence of Honorable Shri Yaduvir Krishnadatta Chamrad Vadiyarji, Honorable Member of Parliament, Mysuru, and 27th Custodian of the Royal House of the Mysore, whose presence has added immense significance to this occasion and reflects Mysuru's own deep and abiding association with the preservation of heritage and culture and tradition. Thank you, sir. I also would like to thank our secretary, who is not there here, our principal, our deepest appreciation to Srimati Ranjana Chopra ma'am, Secretary, Minister of Tribal Affairs, whose steady leadership have been instrumental and in conceptualizing this conclave and in shaping its ministry's vision for tribal languages and memory. I also take this opportunity to thank my bureau head, Anand Prakash Pandey sir, for his meticulous efforts in conceiving this conclave and rolling it out. I take this opportunity to thank Srimati Kanagoli, IAS, Secretary, Tribal Welfare Department, Government of Karnataka, for a warm welcome address which has set the tone for today's proceedings. I take this opportunity again to thank Mr. Basavaraj Kodagunti, Director CIIL, for his institutional address and for CA's continued role as a knowledge partner in this endeavor. Thank you, sir. I also extend my sincere thanks to Mr. Ramappa, Chairman of Bovi Development Corporation, Government of Karnataka, for his gracious presence. We are equally delighted and grateful to our host, the Tribal Welfare Department, Government of Karnataka, and Karnataka State Tribal Research Institute, alongside our knowledge partner CIIL Mysuru, for their warm hospitality and meticulous planning in bringing this crucial gathering to life. I also extend my sincere appreciation to all the participants, including the TRIs, the TRI directors, the state officials, the linguists, the educators, museum professionals, the designers, the grassroots language workers, whose valuable contribution have made today's inaugural session a meaningful and enriching one. Our thanks also goes to the dedicated organizing teams, the facilitators, the support staff across the ministry, the state departments and CIIL, whose tireless efforts behind the scenes have ensured smooth conduct of today's proceedings. I take this opportunity again to thank the print and media friends over here. Apart from that, as this formal inauguration session concludes and we move into the panel discussion and technical deliberation, let us carry forward the energy and commitment of today. Let the Mysuru Declaration, which we're going to sign at the end of this conclave, raises the shared roadmaps emerging from this conclave, serve as living guides for our collective work in the months and years ahead. With these words, I once again express my sincere gratitude to everyone present. Thank you all. Jai Hind.
I request, dear ladies and gentlemen, to please stay. Right now we have recognized the presence of Sri H.D. Ganesh, sir, Honorable Chairman, Mysuru Paints and Varnish Limited, Mysuru. Sir, I heartily welcome you and I request you to please come on stage, sir. Sri Mari Swami, sir, KADA Chairman. I request you to please come on stage and let us welcome him and thank him, audience, everybody. Sir, please come on stage. And there is a felicitation for him and let us thank him for his presence. Thank you so much, sir. Can we clap, audience, everybody? Please put your hands together. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. And we will now conclude the inaugural ceremony with the national song and national anthem. I request everybody to please kindly rise. Thank you.
Just जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you so much, everybody. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna have only 10 minutes of time for the short tea break. I request everybody to please be on time after 10 minutes. We're gonna start the next sessions, the panel discussions which we are waiting for. And let us thank all our dignitaries. Thank you so much again for your wonderful presence, everyone. I request everybody, let us meet after 10 minutes, a short tea break right now. 12:05, let us be back here for the next session, National Conclave on Tribal Languages and Museums. Thank you so much, dear ladies and gentlemen. Let us be back at 12:05, so that let's start with the next session. Thank you.
Hello. May I request everybody to settle down, please? Excuse me. May I request everybody to settle down, please? All the TRI members, all the speakers, kindly settle down. We'll just start the session in another couple of minutes. Those who are in the far end of the hall, you can come a little forward if there is space.
Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be starting the panel discussion within few minutes. I request everybody, those who are present here, requesting you to please call your colleagues so that let's be on time and we have a planned discussions today, and it has to be sorted within the time at the same time. So if we start late, again, everything matters a lot. So I request all of you, please call your colleagues and ask them to join as soon as possible. And we're going to start the panel discussion, the first panel discussion within few seconds. So kindly requesting everybody to please take their seats, settle down, and requesting again to please keep your cell phones in silent or vibration mode, not to get any disturbance in between. Thank you so much again, everyone. We're going to start the National Conclave, and the tone of the discussions, that is setting up the tone. So for that, I request all of you to please settle down as soon as possible. We now begin the working program of the National Conclave. To set the tone of the discussions ahead, I now invite Shri Ganesh Nagarajan, Deputy Secretary, Ministry of Tribal Affairs, to please make the presentation titled Setting Up the Tone. Can we welcome sir on stage with a huge round of applause, please?
Good afternoon, one and all. We'll go to the next slide directly. I'll catch. So yeah, to set the tone and to brief you all about where exactly we want to go from here, we would like to, all of you can pick up your mobile phones and then scan this QR code, and we would like you to answer on how many tribal languages do you think India has as on date? Let me just put up a question across the house, I just wanted you to reflect upon the answer of how many tribal language do you think that India has currently? Don't Google it, just scan it and then upload it. I think you will be able to scan the QR code. Are you be able to scan the QR code? You can send it across in the groups as well. You can increase the size of the QR code if at all. Oh, okay. So, can we share some this one, the passwords? Internet. Has a password. Just display it on the screen, no? You can connect to that Southern Star Wi-Fi access point. There is an access point called Southern Star. BSNL. Acha. There is an access point called BSNL. So the password is, I think, it is told that it is 128 1234 5678. Can you check once? One two three four 5678. We could see some of the responses coming in. Are you able to log in? Are you able to get the access, internet access? Not working. 1234 5678. Yeah. See, basically, should we wait? Team. Internet is a problem. Okay. There's no internet access. Fine. Okay. The point here is that we would like to see the varied notions of each and every TRIs here and other participants here. The problem here is that we do not have an exact number. Or should we have an exact number is also a question. So some might say there are 500 tribal languages, some might say 250, some might say 100, some might say 50. And we are just talking about language. We are not talking about that as a form of dialect or that as a form of what kind of language we are looking into and what is the, who speaks this basically. So this is the complexity of data or the baseline that we have as on date that has to be addressed upon. So coming to the next slide. So if you see as per the census, these many numbers, there is 19,569 number of mother tongues has been recorded as per census 2011. Now the question here is, out of this 2011 census data, finally they rationalized there are 1,369 mother tongues are available. And converting that, will be having a lot of dialects and other things, so converting that data and shrinking that data, finally they came up with a figure of 270, which is again spoken by a handful of people. That means this 270 is the number where it is told that 10,000 के ऊपर जो बोलते हैं वही number है 270. This is as per the census data. And out of this 270, again we are having a number of 121, which are basically the tribal languages. In that also there is a classification where 96 out of this 121 is the tribal language that we have as on date. So the question here is, there is no baseline as such which has been defined except for this which is there in the census. That is one thing. Second thing is, there is another study that if you can see on the right side, the People's Linguistic Survey of India, they have classified around 780 living languages, out of which they say 480 is the tribal, which has a tribal link, or say which is spoken with the tribal populace in the country. Now the question here is whether it is 270, whether it is 121, whether it is 480 or it is 96. We need to form a baseline. Every state has to come forward and form a baseline with which we can work upon. I need to identify, I am having this many mother tongues, out of which tribal spoken is this much, and out of this I have so many varieties and dialects. As we already seen, Gondi also has 7 varieties. So similarly, we need to identify these data, and we should not look at the numbers only. We should go beyond the numbers as well. We will identify, that is one thing, and we should go beyond the numbers. For example, I have a target of 50 language, I will do only that. And I will not focus only on this 121 languages which is having a more than 10,000 native speakers. So can I focus those languages where there are less than 10,000 people who are speaking it also. There is a language spoken by a community in Manipur which is hardly 900 people speak that language. So there is a lot of, even in Andaman Nicobar, you see, Sentinelese language has never been recorded at all. So these are the things we need to see, how focusedly we need to, instead of fixing a number, at least we need to have some sort of a baseline from each state, and then we need to work upon it, right? Next slide. So having said that, again in Bili, these are the major languages spoken, tribal languages spoken in the country. If you see, there is a lot of classification. You could see there is Indo-Aryan, and then there is Austro-Asiatic, which is Munda and Mundari, and so Santali are it is called Austro-Asiatic. And Gondi is traditionally a tribal southern Dravidian based language, but again it has been spoken in the central India and parts of eastern India as well. So we need to understand not just the number of languages, but also who speaks them. How many dialects are spoken by a community? How many varieties are there? How many number exactly that we are talking about? Are we going to only concentrate on those languages which is spoken by a handful of people, and we are leaving aside other dialects which are spoken by only few of them, maybe 50, 60 or 100 or thousands? So that is what we need to see. Apart from that, as I told, Gondi has 7 different varieties. Bili has 50 varieties. And Bili is spoken in Rajasthan, Gujarat, Maharashtra. The Maharashtrian Bili is not at all will not match with what we have in Gujarat and Rajasthan. So we need to understand these varieties. There are 50 varieties, not just dialect, but there is 50 variety of language itself is been documented, or say has told to be documented in the Bili category only. So the Bili which I have in Adivani, we need to see whether it represents all these varieties or not. If so, how to capture all these different varieties of language which we have. So our focus should not only be on major tribal languages like Gondi, Bili, Santali and Mundari, but also the lesser known languages which we already onboarded some 5 more languages today. We can use it in Adivani, but we wanted to perform much more than this, right? So we need to see the diversity within the language than the language itself. So now let us go into the very basis of this conclave. Why should we conserve the language? So language as a heritage, we all understand there are a lot of aspects or verticals of the language, but why should we conserve these languages? We know Mere Bhasha, Mere Pehchan, that identity itself is the major thing. The tribal communities are attached to their language. So when I am attached, my mother tongue is Tamil. When I speak my language, I express my whatever I think, I will be able to express very cleanly. So that is how every community feels about their language. I also see that Tamil has my identity as well. Similarly, all tribal communities have their own languages, whether it is 480, 500, thousands, but everybody will have their own identity. Are we taking away their identity by just not conserving the language is the question here, right? And it is not about how many words a language has, but what do these words carry? There may be a syntax of only 1 lakh words will be there in few languages. That doesn't matter. But ultimately, what does that carry? If it, as Director CIIL has already mentioned, if you fail to capture what does it mean or what does it carry as a language, as a culture, as a heritage, we will be failing the tribal communities. And apart from that, let us take an example of, say, recently, I think 10 years back in Arunachal Pradesh, that a bird was discovered, said to be discovered. I think it is Bugun Liochiala. I doubt that, because basically what happens is that the bird might have been witnessed by the tribal communities, might have been spoken somewhere, but this Bugun Liochiala was rediscovered. That means that we have lost account of this tribal community's heritage, and because of which we are thinking that we are discovering a species at all. It may be so that tribal communities might have been knowing that word thousands of years back, but we are discovering it, and that too in 20th century. So this gives a lot of importance on why we need to conserve the language. More than that, every aspect of it, it carries, whether it is heritage, whether it is the identity, whether it is the cultural aspect, whether it is the economical value of that language, we need to preserve each and everything. And there is a language called Bo language. I think some of them are from Andaman Nicobar. Can you tell about the Bo language? Is there anybody who can speak the language as of date? Nobody speaks the language. It has been extinct by, I think the last who has spoken the language has already died. So we are at the verge of extinction of many tribal languages. That is exactly why I'm saying that this is right time we pull up our socks, and then not just 5 languages in Adivani, 9 languages in Adivani, that will not suffice. Parallelly, we need to focus on all the tribal languages, so that because we are at the stage where every language is at the verge of extinction. There's hardly 1 or 2 generations that it will withstand. Hardly 10 years or 5 years that maximum a language will withstand, these tribal languages. So we need to focus on these languages by having a proper knowledge base on their baseline as well. Next. As I told you, UNESCO has given this figure that 197 endangered languages are there in India, the country, and out of which you see 123 are tribal languages. This is just the data which has been done by UNESCO. If our TRIs do a real survey, this number will be more than that. Right? Now we are talking about 5-6 languages that mostly asked to that Gondi, Mundari, Santali and Bili, because that has been spoken by many people. But what about these minor languages? We need to understand that, document it properly, and then have a focused effort on all these things. As I told, 40% of the world languages are also at the risk of disappearing. So once the language is lost, as I told, identity is lost, the culture fades, the knowledge disappears, and the world view is also lost. So that is the point we all want to drive home, that we need to put a lot of emphasis as a TRI, as a tribal research body, we need to put a lot of emphasis on language. And this is the thing from the TRIs which we ask, because we are also struggling to authentify the corpus which has been generated by the communities. Now these 6 languages which you told, Beta Kurba, Koya, Garo and other things, we have been asking TRIs to vet it. So we need to ensure that we put in a lot of efforts, and then we vet it, we take time and then put in a lot of efforts to ensure that these tribal languages not just documented but also vetted parallelly. Next. I think, so can you again try once more with that, you can scan this QR code. I just wanted to understand from the house, what do you think is the most critical thing to keep these tribal languages from evading or say from extinction? What should we do? There are 6 priorities which we are given. Everything is equally good, but I just wanted to understand, what do the TRIs think about this? Are we having answers coming in? Are we are able to scan now? Just check once. Just wanted to drive home a point which is very critical here. Just check once. If it is not possible, we'll skip this. Are we getting some? Okay. I'll just give another 30 seconds. Let's see. If not, then we'll go forward. Yeah, there are 42 people who are trying to upload the document, but yeah, if we can get at least 15, 20, then we'll move forward with the. Not working? So let us say this you keep doing. So we'll talk meanwhile as well. So there are 6 priorities which we identified. There will be other priorities also for a language or other verticals also which we want you to focus on. But the problem here is that everything is equally important. But the problem is how do you prioritize these things? So I got around 13 responses, out of which I think education in mother tongue is the number 1, because that is where I think the fundamental issues are there, and a child is not able to learn the language, learn other language, or learn the world through the lens of his own mother tongue. So if you will be able to do that, that is also very valuable to the tribal communities. But again, what is the priority of number 1 and what is the priority of number 2, number 3? We are talking about technological and AI solution, which is I think now at number 5. But what is the effort which is required for each of these interventions? So next, again, they can scan the same QR code and give a reply on what kind of effort it takes and what kind of impact it creates. You might have selected an option. For each option, I wanted to scale the effort and impact of each of these 6. I'm just trying to drive a point home, in the sense like when we have identified my priorities, for each priority, if I have to implement, what is the effort that I had to put in? What is the average amount of effort that I have to put in? And what would be the impact that each of these 6 will create? Are you able to, you can just slide the numbers and then give an answer, give a response. Now I could see everything is coming in quadrant 2, which is high impact, high effort. I would like to see if there is anything which is having a high impact but less effort. I think TREs are a little bit worried of the fact, if I put this, then they will drive another scheme and then push us to the wall. So they are wanting to say that there is a lot of effort which is going into all these priorities. So just wait for another 30 seconds. I doubt that how come everything comes in a single quadrant. आप लोग बात करके आए क्या? So the point here is, I wanted to see if something comes in the first quadrant. That means it is having an high impact of all these priorities, but less effort. That is a low-hanging fruit for me, right? If I have to put less effort and get a high impact priority, so that will be the low-hanging fruit. So nothing comes in the first quadrant. Nevertheless, I would say we need to see, apart from this 6 also, we need to see what are those priorities which will have more impact and less effort. First, that should be our target. Then we come to the right side, which is having a higher impact but more effort. Then we come to the third quarter, which is having again less effort, less impact. Then go to the fourth quadrant, which has more effort, less impact. So this is how we need to prioritize and then move forward, right? I think this is fixed now. Everybody is going to say a quarter 2. Fine, thank you. Next slide. So I would just play a video with respect to the. In this context, I will just play a video.
For a child, a mother tongue begins with a word. But sometimes a word is more than a name.
Ona do chet ko mena, ona do arar ko mena. O arar. Hoi, arar do huyuk kana mitang kat reyak nahel. Jahan do jiali ko badre chas lagit ko godowa koa. Noa do ekal nahel reyak hissa do bang kana. Noa do chasi koa chas ar orak chalaw reyak bharho do hoyay.
It carries a practice, a memory, and a way of life. As we grow, our world grows with us. We learn new languages. We enter new classrooms, new workplaces, new worlds. us. And sometimes, without intending to, the language we first learnt begins to leave our everyday lives.
Chilika menama babu, marido jom kedam. Hoi babayo, jom kedain. Ar beso menanya. Tisem hijua babu, logon ge hijuain babayo. Ona do chet ko mena? O noa arar. Noa sabat do barai gieng. In baba ayo konin anjom leda. Noa rena ortho uiharam. Sabat do uiharain. Menkhan ortho do bang.
Because a word is sometimes more than a word. A place, a season, a practice, a story, a memory, a way of understanding the world. When a word disappears, sometimes the knowledge carried by that word becomes harder to pass on. Documentation can preserve a word, but keeping a language alive means letting that word be learned, spoken, shared, and passed on.
Babayo, non khan sabat ko dohra lainyam. Phone re record lekhan babon hirinya. Hoi record me. Ado record doho sumung do bang. Chedo me, road me a gidra ko ho chet. Hoi babayo, in leka unku do aloku hirinya. Dela tobe chestayabon noa sabat ko abo khon tayom ar unku khona ho tayom dabi jibit bon dohoima.
Because preserving a language is not only about recording what was spoken yesterday, it is about creating ways for it to be spoken tomorrow. One word, one voice.
One generation to the next.
I would like you to reflect upon the missing link here. Basically, the point which we want to highlight is that the intergenerational transfer is somewhere it is affected. And in all the languages, not just the tribal languages, it is in all the languages. The language which my father spoke and I speak, with the language which my grandfather spoke and my father speaks, is completely different. Do we understand? If I were able to read a novel or a book which was there 100 years before and which was there 500 years before and which is there today, there's complete change of syntaxes and complete change of the phenomena of the language is completely represented in a different way. So it is because of loss of words, loss of vocabularies, and loss of the intergeneration transfer. So the point here is that for every TRA, this is a lesson to understand. It is not just recorded. I documented it. That will not suffice. We have recorded it, but it is there in my desktop. It is there in my website. That is all fine. But nobody is using it. I have done it electronically. Let us say Adivani is there, but nobody is using it. Then again, there is no use of it. Ultimately, to document is not important. To digitize it is not important. But ensure that effective use of this technology. Once you use the technology, then only people will be able to get to know about the language, and their language will thrive. So that is the point I want to drive home. Coming next, then, yeah, what we have been doing so far. Frankly speaking, we are all doing in silos. What TRA does, even the TRA division, the ministry does not know. How many primers we have been circulating an Excel sheet. I'm not still getting the final figures. So the second point is that what other ministries are doing, we do not know. We are not working in tandem with, say, the Bashini or other ministry interventions. IIT Delhi is doing something, yes, it is supported with the Minister of Tribal Affairs. IISc Bangalore is doing something, CIIL is doing something. So we are all working in silos. Can we not come to a single page and work for a tribal? If my motive is same, whether CIIL develops or MOTA develops or say a Vani team from IISc develop, it doesn't matter. We need to ensure that everybody works together and the data sets has to be shared across the platform. And so that, because I do not have a good ASR data. ASR data is the speech data. We have maximum 100 hours for all the 4 languages. Adivani has only 100 hours of recording. So that is why we have put in an emphasis on Adi Kosh. Adi Kosh is an application within the Adivani where you can ask the community to record voices. So when it is there, then I can create a lot of data sets, right? So we wanted community to use the application, they can record its own thing and then they can give a meaning to it. Instead of TRA doing it. Now we are creating lakhs and lakhs of sentences with the TRA and then we will getting it. So let the community do it, let us vet it, right? So this is the modus operandi with which we want to go ahead. But the thing is, I wanted to highlight on what other people are also doing. We are doing something on MLE, right? And TRIs have been doing good in creation of a lot of primers. But whether these primers are put to use is another question. In how many, let us be very frank on this, the 86 primers which is there in the country, that is class 1, class 2, class 3, class 4 level, we have made in their tribal languages, right, fine. Except for 2 to 3 states, this even in this 2 to 3 states also, very few schools it has been implemented in letter and spirit. The primers are there, but it's just there in the library or in the principal's desk. Nobody is using it. Who will ensure that? There has to be a coordination between the Department of Education, Department of Tribal Welfare and other school bodies. We need to ensure, make it a point that every primer at least created is used upon. That is the first primary motive which we need to work on. So in the language itself, there are multiple things to do. That is why we are stressing a lot of things on all of this. We are doing a lot of good work, but that is not sufficient, because given the fact that many languages are going extinct day by day. Then next, I think this is a Vani data. This IIC, we discovered this key somebody is doing something on speech data as well. So they have already done 1600 hours of speech data, whereas Adivani I have done only 100 hours. So I am just thinking, why I am not collaborating with them? There is an open data set. So I wanted the state TRIs to use the data and also vet it as well, because they may be using a different methodology, but ultimately it has to be vetted with the TRIs. I see TRIs as the only authenticator of all the tribal languages. So we need to position there and then ensure that we use effective use of all these data sets. And then if you see Adivani, we have now increased to 9 languages. I request all of you to kindly ensure minimum 10-15,000 downloads should be there. That should be made. Ensure that has to be done with the TRIs only. You do a campaign mode, camp mode, whatever you do, ensure at least 10 to 20,000 downloads are there in each region where the language is spoken. If you do not use it, that is why I told you, we might have a language in Adivani. Adivani में हमने अच्छे से करके रखे हैं. अगर utility नहीं तो there is no use. So I would request again here, re-emphasis that every TRI, which has at least for these 9 languages, ensure wherever this region, this language is spoken about, you go to the colleges, you go to the tribal belt schools, ensure whoever has a mobile phone, they download and use this application, right? And then next is again, yeah, fine, next. Again, that is also a Vani data. So the pathway is that from mother tongue, we wanted to focus on MLE as well. So this Mysuru declaration which we wanted to put forward is all about mother tongue use and also the multilingual education. We are all knowing the facets of multilingual education, but the point is that we need to ensure that the child who enters class 1 or Anganwadi, wherever he enters, first he learns other languages through his own mother tongue, own tribal language. When he gets comfortable with English, Hindi, Tamil, Odia, Gujarati, whatever language it may be, then he will be able to comprehend basically what the regional language or the material with which the regional language and other teaches them. The problem here is that we do not understand. A class 1 student of a tribal belt is given directly a Telugu textbook. Telugu and Beta Kuruba is different. Telugu and Jainu Kuruba's language is different. So the impact it creates is that he is not able to, he is not in a position to comprehend it. When he's not in a position to comprehend it, next 5 years down the lane, he'll lose interest in education. So the point is that we need to ensure a strategical move in strategical intervention in this class 1 to class 4. We ensure that a child faces these other languages that is alien to him basically. Even Tamil is alien to a language where a tribal language is spoken. So we need to ensure that the bridge has to be properly done by means of creating primers, documents, and teachers are also has to be properly trained, and then the child is very confident to take up any foreign languages in the age from 3 to say 7 or 8, right? Next. So the baseline is one issue which we are talking about. Second is that we are also talking about the risk of all these languages. Many languages are going to get extinct. And we also in a position of documenting a lot of languages. We wanted to at least document 40 languages this year. Though we have started with 14, we wanted to touch the number of 40. So I want coordination from the TRAs in that as well. The major point which I wanted to stress here is this domains of use. What I speak in home and what I speak in the education institute and what I speak in my workplace for a tribal language is completely different. In home, I speak one-on with my mother, let me say the tribal languages, the domain. That is why we emphasize the point of domain. The domain use has to be properly documented. In home, it is 100%. When it comes to say the level of community life, it is 80%. When it comes to the work or say livelihood and economy, the use of language is 40%. Because many of the terms we do not know. Can anyone know in Hindi at least what is gross fixed capital formation in Hindi? Very difficult. But that is exactly is happening in other languages also and in tribal languages as well. So when it comes to education, small, we saw the word of RR in Santali. How many people, many people might have forgotten. Even the native people who were speaking that language might have forgotten the term RR. So the thing is that we need to ensure that the domains are properly documented and every intervention has to be focused upon the bottom domains where the livelihood and economy and administrative local governance. Because up the ladder, in administrative governance and other structures, there is no use of tribal language at all, right? So I wanted to put a thought across all the TRAs on this as well. So coming back to the last slide, so this is what we have been doing. Yes, we are recording voices from the communities. We're creating corpus. We are verifying through TRAs. Here I wanted to emphasize that you are the bodies for authentication of tribal languages. So for that, we need to put up a lot of effort to ensure that whatever I identify, a lot of groundwork is been done behind it, and every tribal language is given a life for that. And we wanted to create models based upon that. See, we are doing Adivani, let us say. If you want to start an AI modeling, you can also start. Who stops you from doing it? That is exactly what we want from TRAs. Let them do some 3-4 languages, then we can take that model. If your model is better than mine, it's fine. But we need to come out and do that, basically. And then this will also be augmented by the resources, and we wanted to see the deployment in the usage. Now I come to the very important perspective where we need to use it, basically. Ultimately, I will end my presentation with a focus and emphasis on utility of languages. We might know hundreds of vocabularies in English. We might know hundreds of vocabularies in Tamil, Hindi. But if you do not speak that vocabulary, after 10 years, you're going to forget. That is the case with the 22 scheduled languages. What will be the case of tribal languages? So I would request everybody to focus on this utility part and ensure that the augmented efforts are coming up from all the TRIs. It is not just top to bottom, I am pushing, ye corpus karo, wo develop karo, ye Adivani karo. No. You will tell me, sir, main karta hu, support karo. We are ready to do that, right? So with this request, I will end my presentation. Thank you, Anand. Jai Hind.
One, check. Thank you so much, sir. Can we clap, audience, everybody? And that was setting up the tone. Thank you so much for the presentation, sir. Now I request for the CIIL presentation, Mr. Karthik Narayanan, Executive Director, Coding, to please come on stage and give us the presentation. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, audience.
Good afternoon, all. So actually, thank you very much for the Deputy Secretary to set the stage clearly. What I'm going to do is I'm going to skip over a few things. I'm very happy that there is a willingness to accept that we don't know how many languages in India exist. and that we need to set a baseline is what I'm going to argue, and I'm going to argue what is the state of documentation right now and how to go about it. So the topic of the talk, so I'm not going to talk about youth transmission or community-led revitalization models. I'm only going to be talking about documentation, access, and infrastructure that is required to create that. So just one point of clarification that I want. Before I start, a tribal language is not a linguistic categorization like Indo-Aryan, Dravidian, Austroasiatic. It is an intersection between administration and everyday social status of the people that we work with. So it is not a linguistic classification. So I just wanted to make that, and then I want to go to the next slide. Certain things have been made very clear. So I'm only looking at, in the Deputy Secretary's speech, so I'm only looking at the 270 mother tongues that we have, and within the 270 mother tongues, if I closely look into the reported people, I can see that 159 have more than 50% of STs or scheduled tribe speakers. So that's how it is reported. And we have another 1.646 million speakers within the list who speaks other. Now, all this doesn't equal to, so 159, it doesn't equal to 159 languages, so that's also another problem here. But there is a sense of clarity, there's no sense of clarity, but do we need that clarity? We need that clarity, because especially in a time when we have ensured that we want to give mother tongue education to every child, we're also speaking about every child in the tribal villages as well. So identifying the unit of a language, or what is the number of unit, what is the language, is very important both for endangerment and also for documentation. Next slide, please. Right, now, what is the documentation? So, sorry. We saw this very clearly, that there is a need for documentation, but what do we mean by documentation when we see documentation is required? Primary records, not about scanning books that have already been written on them, primary records, that's what is required. Then the primary record has to be processed. Transcription needs to be created. ASR model doesn't work well because sometimes the transcription that is used to build those models are also not accurate enough. That's one of the reasons. Translations is very important if you're looking at building machine translation systems. And descriptions are also equally important because certain transcriptions and translations require a lot of feedback from people like me who are a linguist. That is what is called a grammatical sketch, a phonological description, or a dictionary. Now, then community resources. I'm very happy to see that there are at least 86 languages, scheduled tribe languages in India have a primer. So those, and then also pictorial glossary, and also other teaching and learning materials. So for example, one of the primers that I'm very familiar with that is actively used in community today was created in 1980s in the CIIL. That is a Paniya language primer used here in Gudalur in Tamil Nadu. So it's still actively used in the Accord school. So those are things, so once it was created once in 1980s and it's still being used. And archives. Now archives is something that I'll come back to it, but archives is like, let's imagine like a part of the pipeline where you preserve what you have created for future generation to use. So recording, processing, description, use, preservation, and access. So when we say language X has been documented, what we need to ask is at what level has been documented? Have we created an archive? Have we gone through the end of the progress? Okay, now, what has India already documented? Are we starting from scratch? No, we're not starting from scratch. We have a long tradition of studying Indian languages. We come from one of the few nations which have a grammatical tradition of its own. Now, if you look at this, within the modern notions of documentation, we have CIIL's Bhasha Sanchika, which has a full-fledged what we call as an archive, which has SPELL and National Tape Archives data. These are two important sources of data because National Tape Archive represents a historical speech data that has been documented from a long time back, at least 30, 40 years back. And then we also have 117 languages from phase 1, 89 have already been uploaded into that. Sujoy would talk more about it. In addition to this, we have UGC Center for Endangered Languages. I was privileged enough to work in one of those Center for Endangered Languages to create India's first actual digital language archive that's called CIIL. Even those are also working on. So we had at least 13 such projects that were given out across both center and state. And we have, so those resources directly fed into CIIL, Bhasha Sanchika, and Tolkudi. Tolkudi is actually a project from the Tribal Research Center of Tamil Nadu, which is also available online for people to check, where they have documented. I've been one of the consultants in helping them set up the archive, where they have documented 5 languages as of now. And such digital archives also exist within the Indian nation, but outside outside the national boundaries, we see quite a few archives. So the language archives at MPI, the LR, which is the most famous one, Korsal, Paradisic, and Panglossia. These hold a variety of records. Now, how much do we have? So it's not that we do not have materials. It's just what is the truth is that we do not know where those materials are. So Deputy Secretary rightly pointed out that there is a gap. What is available? We need to also find that. That gap also needs to be addressed. So a national gap on language by language exists. Now the next thing is, yes, thank you. So where is this documentation? So national institutions, CIIL, Bhasa Sanchika has now more than 280 languages, if I'm not wrong. UGC's projects like UGC CIILs and CIIL, most of these UGC CIIL's material are still locked into one of their department archives. They are not yet public. And then we have international archives, and then we have state and community systems like the Tolkudi, which is again published, which is again developed by a TRC, Tribal Research Center in OT. Now, there is an invisible layer also. Now, another important source is also by the InfibNet Shodh Ganga, which documents a lot of students' PhDs, which also document these languages. Research is hard drive, again, which most of us don't even look into again. Old tapes, at least National Tape Archive has digitized them. Departmental cupboards, field notebook, thesis, and project storage. So these two exist. Now, of all the available materials that are publicly accessible, we see 333 collections across all the archives, national and international. And then out of this, we can uniquely map it to 253 mother tongues from India, right? And if you can see this, none of them overlap. That is the most unique thing here. The reason is because these are so scarce that people who worked in one of them only works once. So that's how it is. So India's documentation problem is also a discovery problem. Finding this information, I have been working on archives for the last 10 years, so I know where to find, how to crawl. But it is not easy to find information online. That's a major problem. Next, please. Yes. So now, even those that are already documented, are they accessible? That's the first question that I want to ask. Document exists, but documented, but does it exist? Preserved, will it survive? For example, CIIL is there, but CIIL is today down. I can tell you, as I speak today, CIIL is down. Discoverable, I'm not sure. We can't find it anymore. Accessible, very little information is accessible online in many of these archives. And reusable. Now, the question needs to be asked from a researcher's point of view and from a community's point of view. So all these questions have to be framed from both of the perspective. Even those that could be found and used by a researcher may not be accessible to a community. So that is something that we need to build as we need to keep in mind as we build infrastructure. Online is not the same as accessible. Preserved is not the same as usable. Researchers' access is not the same as community access. Next slide. Okay, I think we skipped one slide before. Just go ahead. The second slide would be on language endangerment in India. Okay, I'll just tell you. Yes, so this is, what is the state of endangered languages in India? Now, that's a very difficult question to answer. My PhD is on that, so I don't know. Now, what we can know is this. Out of the 159 mother tongues that I identified from the 270, which are predominantly tribal, which have predominant tribal speakers, we have something called as an aggregated results of vitality called glottoscope from Glottolog. 1 or 2 can be matched onto this record. Of that, 99 has AES records. That is called the aggregated endangerment status. Of that, we can see clearly that 61 of those 99 is endangered. So we also don't know how many of them are endangered. These are results that have come out from various surveys, and some of them have never even gone to the field. That's the reality. Last slide, please. So what should India go ahead and build? Now, there is a need for a national tribal language resource gateway, an aggregator system. In infrastructure terms and digital infrastructure term, an aggregator system that is required, which can source materials from across these platforms and put it in one place where we can find it. Now, should we build centralized archives? No, I don't think that's a very good idea. Each TRI, each community, each institution should be able to build it. When they require, they can always take help of Bhasa Sanchika. I know that it is, they have already opened a call for deposits, but as many archives as possible makes it safe. So lots of copies keeps it safe. That's the principle here. So CIIL, TRIs, universities, community and specialist archives, we can have what we need to develop as a unified one is a shared standards and tools. What I mean by shared standards and tools is annotation guidelines, metadata and descriptive schemas. That's what we need. Identifiers is what we need. We don't have an identification system of what language are we speaking. We spoke about 7 varieties of Gondi, but can we map them with a unique identifier? We don't know. We don't have that yet in India. And what we have, the glotto code or ethno code, they are inadequate. You ask me, I can give you a lecture on how they are inadequate for 1 hour. Now, annotation guidelines is not inconsistent. There are a lot of these things. And then we need to also create APIs where we can access them also through digital means. So those are also needed. And most importantly, communities don't arrange the resources and information in the same way as a linguist does. For a community, a song is more important unit of arrangement. A myth or a story is more important unit of arrangement than what a linguist think as text. So community-facing portals are also equally important. So that's what I want to say. And finally, so that one more proposal I have, National Tribal Languages Report or a health report is necessary. A good example is the Australian Indigenous Language Survey report, which comes out every 5 years. Something like that in India could be thought of and should be done. At least a few of us here in the hall are already doing a pilot on the Nilgiri biosphere languages. So not just the Nilgiri of district, we are doing a Nilgiri biosphere languages status report, and then we should be launching that hopefully next year. So what we need as a national for the next 5 years is local custody, national discoverability, shared infrastructure, and community authority. Thank you. That's all my opening remark.
Thank you, sir. That was Dr. R. Karthik Narayanan. Thank you so much, sir. And the ladies and gentlemen, the moment which we are waiting for, the very first panel discussion. Panel discussion 1, documentation, endangerment and community-led revitalization. We now move into our first panel discussion. Where do we actually stand and how are communities themselves driving revival? The session brings together perspectives from research, academia, community-led work and language studies. So right now, let us welcome our panelists on stage. We have Dr. R. Karthik Narayanan. Can we welcome him with a huge round of applause, audience? Linguist, digital humanist, and archivist working on indigenous and lesser known languages of India, language vitality, documentation, and digital heritage projects such as CIIL and Bhasha Sanchika, author of Multilinguality, Vitality, and Endangerment. Sir, we heartily welcome you on stage, sir. And let us invite Shri Amlesh Gopi, PhD, IIT Guwahati. Sir, I request you to please join us on stage. Assistant Professor, Department of English and Foreign Languages, Tezpur University. Dr. Amlesh Gopi is a linguist whose research spans language, documentation, speech technology, digital corpora, computational phonology, tonology, and speech perception. His work has particular relevance to the documentation and technological development of under-resourced and tribal languages. He holds a PhD from IIT Guwahati. So let's welcome him with a huge round of applause. Sir, we welcome you, sir. Thank you. And let me welcome Chaitra Puttaswamy ma'am on stage, Associate Professor in the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences at IIT Kanpur. Chaitra Puttaswamy, Associate Professor, Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, IIT Kanpur, is a field linguist working on language documentation and description, historical linguist, language typology, language contact, and Dravidian linguists. She holds a PhD from SOAS University of London 2009 and has led documentation work on languages such as Malto, a North Dravidian language spoken in eastern India. So let's welcome her. Madam, we heartily welcome you, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining. Let me invite on stage Dr. Sujoy Sarkar, lecturer come junior research officer, CIIL. An academic with expertise in language policy, education, and the revitalization of endangered languages. Since March 2016, he has served as officer in charge for the scheme for protection and preservation of endangered languages at CIIL and has contributed to the Bhasha Sanchika Language Archive of India. He holds an MA, MPhil and PhD from JNU. His PhD examined linguistic human rights and language discrimination in India's tribal education policy. And his MPhil looked at medium of instruction for the Toto tribe. So let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, dear ladies and gentlemen. Sir, we heartily welcome you, sir. Thank you so much for being with us. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, the discussion will be moderated by the Deputy Secretary, Ministry of Tribal Affairs, Shri Ganesh Nagarajan, sir. Let's welcome him again on stage. May I request the moderator and the panelists to please kindly take their places and over to the panel right now.
Am I audible? So, welcome you all again. This first panel discussion as the last two sessions, which my presentation as well as the presentation from Mr. Karthik has mostly touched upon it. So we'll not take much time into this part, but having said that, we'd like to hear from other panelists as well. So given the shortage of time, we would apologize for that as well. And then within 20 minutes, can we wind up this one? So yeah. So with that, I will welcome all the panelists, esteemed panelists here. As we all know that my presentation also, we have been stressing on where we tribal documentation and what is the way forward. So we would like to hear from the panelists on the framework for documentation, first thing. And then we are also ensuring that communities are actively participating in this documentation framework. Ultimately, if the community, we do not have something which I run from the, I cannot run this, or we cannot run this from Delhi or the headquarters of the state. We need to have their very authenticity of we need to have the stamp of theirs in whatever documentation we have. So without wasting much of time, I would start with Mr. Karthik. Yeah, you already given your opinion. Yeah, that is what I was thinking, like what else he could, because already he's given a roadmap as well. He wanted kind of a national, is it a kind of a, you wanted a, yes, the later part where you wanted to have a kind of a framework that you can explain in detail. Yeah.
So there were two proposals from my side. One is a sort of a gateway, language resource gateway, especially for tribal languages, where we build aggregators that could fetch data from across multiple repositories from within India and outside India. So now, for example, every tribal research institute within India could build and host their own languages. We, at least working in Siddhala and Tolkodi, we see that when it is closer to home, there's a greater participation from the community. So at the center, we can do a harvesting or other aggregation. That is much easier, and we can redirect them to all these places. The second one is a sort of a survey that gives us a periodic revision of the baseline. Now, our implementation also needs to be measured. Both documentation also needs to be measured, availability of documentation, and also the level of the health of the language also needs to be measured. A sort of a periodic survey is also what is required. A good example of this is the Australian Indigenous Language Survey, where they ask the community members to do the survey. It's not done from the top. So that's like a ground up survey, which is also a very useful way of indicating the health of the language, the resources available in the language, and also a space for the community members to tell what is needed. Yeah, that's all.
Thank you. I think the questions which we wanted to push to Mr. Karthik is already answered in his presentation. So we also have this Adi Kosh, which we have already shown in that application. But again, it is just a single application which many people may not know. Again, we have just started it today. So Adi Kosh is also again kind of a resource collection center where we wanted the communities to contribute. But having said that, we do not have a national central platform where we can call all the resources and pull in together. But with respect to tribal languages, we wanted to position Adivani as that single entry where we can call and pull all the resources with respect to the tribal languages. So we'll try to have a framework. We'll work with IIT Delhi and can have some sort of a framework. But I cannot promise on other languages, but tribal languages, yes, we can think of some sort of a framework where we can pull all this information in one place. Let me go to Mr. Amalesh Gope. Yeah. We would like to understand from your academic and field research I think your focus is on Northeast. So what has actually been documented so far? We would like to understand with respect to the Northeastern languages and what is the way forward.
Okay, thank you for giving me this opportunity. My name is Dr. Amalesh Gope, not Gope, like not the Western way. And I'm affiliated with the Department of Linguistics and Language Technology. Okay, as per like the question, what has been documented, I would like to start with saying this: documentation is equal to possibly what we call as say for example sustainability. So in terms of documentation, I don't think we have any shortage. So starting from the colonial period, if you look at, we have Grison's Linguistic Survey of India. Then we also have for example secretariats documentation of the languages. Then we come to the, for example, the way missionary people documented or preserved so for example the word list. Then comes the modern grammars. So linguists working on different linguistic departments try to produce grammars. The problem is how much of those data is actually available. And then I start with this. Most of this documentation actually did not even record the most vital aspect of those languages, that is tone. The colonials, like the Britishers or like the earlier researchers missed those aspects. Even the researchers followed, they also missed that aspect. And now we are in a phase where we need to actually rewrite the entire grammar. So when we talk about preservation, we have to also understand that how much of it we are able to transmit to the next generation. So in terms of documentation, we have a lot of work that is there. I think CIIL themselves have out of those 119 languages, they are working on 46 of them. I myself in my own capacity are working on around me and my team actually we are working on around 30 languages, mostly from Nagaland, then part of Assam and Tripura. The problem is not documentation, the problem is how are we reaching back to the community people. So whether we are able to make new speakers of the same language communities that we are working on. So I think this is something we need to reflect upon basically.
I have another question. It's an add-on question to that. If you see, there are a lot of new scripts has been developed. I think there's a Wangcho script which has been developed in Arunachal, and there are a lot of people who wanted to create a new script. But behind the fact that this script has to be absorbed by the community, so what is your take on that? Like, shouldn't it be coming up from the community instead of we creating some central bodies creating some script?
Yes, absolutely. And I can give you two practical examples like that I have been part of recently. So one is from the Karmi communities. Karmi is one of the largest tribal groups of Assam. So what they're doing, they actually have a literary body. And then they are trying to establish standardizing, not the establishment. They already identified that they would be using Roman. Now they're trying to standardize their writing system. The problem is, once you select any writing system, whether it is Brahmin derived scripts or Latin derived script, the sound system, especially tone, and then the vowels that are there in most of these northeastern languages do not have an equivalent. So you need to use certain additional features to reflect or mimic the exact pronunciation. So obviously it should come from the community people. They should understand the need, and what we need actually possibly also to train or facilitate the community people, at least some of them, so that they can take the lead. So you mentioned about like community participation. Community participation is not is equal to community leadership. We need to possibly think of developing leaders who can come forward, do the things for their own community, take accountability, and we should facilitate, TRI should facilitate with them with the properties or like the facilities they do not have. For example, technological setup. The other community that I was talking about is Rankal. For long, they have been fighting what should be their writing system. So Rankals are there in Assam, also in Tripura. And then, Rankals have some similarities with Mizo. Now, they started following the writing style, not the pronunciation style of Mizo, and then the conflict started. So, for example, one word in Rankal, they pronounced it as Lian. In Mizo, they pronounced it as Lian. And the community people started conflicting whether it should be Lian or Lien. And they were not coming up with their kind of standard form. So during the meeting, I actually tried to make them understand how they can go for one-to-one correspondence of each of the sounds that would actually constitute the word themselves. And there were some sounds actually in most of these northeastern languages, that would not reflect something like, say, for example, oo. It's a unrounded high back vowel. It's oo, oo, oo. Slightly different, and you need some diacritic marker for that. So once the community people come up with the idea and proposition, because they understand their language well.
With respect to the diacritic markers, we understand.
Yes.
Diacritic markers is very, very important in any language, any script. But we are seeing that apart from the diacritic markers, there are new scripts which has been coming up. So that is a question.
I mean, as long as community people propose that, and if there are rationality, so instead of we proposing something new, if they agree on it and we can help them standardizing those things, I think, I believe that should be fine.
Thank you, Mr. Gopi. I'll move on to Sujay Sarkar on my far right. So we have seen that CIIL has been doing a lot of documentation, and CIIL is the central body for documentation of all the languages, not just tribal languages. So we like you to reflect upon what exactly are those methodologies. Like, for example, you have this SPPEL. So you can talk about that, and then what is this Bhasa Sanchika? Can you explain before the house, because many of the TRIs may not use it as well. So I wanted the TRIs also to kindly listen to him carefully when we talk about Bhasha Sanchika and SPPEL.
Namaskar. Thank you, sir. Scheme for Protection and Preservation of Endangered Languages, it was initiated by Ministry of Education in 2013, and the work started in full-fledged from 2014. So what do? We have a language list which is prepared by linguists. A lot of senior professor, they have joined together and prepared the list based on some census data and some language data which is not available in census, but we have the information. Like Toda, you will not find out, less than 10,000 you will not find out the name. I think Kota, same. Toto, another language from Indo-Bhutan border area, Jalpaiguri district, same. Those names are not mentioned in census report. So we document the language which is spoken by 10,000 speaker. Exceptions are there. Recently we have taken 6 languages from Orissa. So those are not, spoken by less than 10,000. And this documentation process, we try to collaborate with professors, university professors. They used to hire JRPs and document mainly word sentence level and some ethnographic information. And we have our in-house team also, linguists. They also do individual language documentation. So it was both way. One by outside in the sense out of CIIL, university professor and CIIL team. And from this documentation, we try to publish some dictionaries ethnographic series, grammar series. Now, if you extend spell to Bhasa Sanchika is nothing new. If you see, and language archive is also nothing new in India. But what is new about Bhasa Sanchika, if you say national level, Bhasa Sanchika is the archive, you can say. Professor A.R.D. Prasad is there and Dr. Karthik, they are the backbone of this architect. So CIIL, we have data, 1970s onward we have data. And those data, it was lying. Lying in the sense we had tap, if you see. Those tap, and no one knew, I mean, what data is there. We tried to, I mean, digitize it, and now it is public. Each and every data of spell, it's public. You can use it. So this way we try to, I mean, like, make whatever data is available with us, tribal languages data, publicly available, so researcher or the other team, they can use it. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Sujay, and one more thing is that the methodology which CIL is using for documentation of a language, and say for example I'm creating a model out of it.
Yeah.
Ultimately, I need to understand what exactly from the linguistic perspective of point of view. What should I do? What is the methodology in which I need to document these languages? For
See,
example, how do I verify it? Who does this authentication? And what is that hierarchy of things that we normally look
There,
into?
if you see, I mean, like, as our time is short, there are many manuals. If you see Professor Anivita B's Field Linguistics Manual, CIL Language Documentation Handbook, these two in India is worldwide. There are many documents, but these two, CIL Language Documentation Handbook, and in India there is no university which is not using that document. Even if they don't have hard copy, soft copy is available. And Professor Abbi's manual, again I am mentioning, is very, I mean, important. Their details method is there. I'm just giving reference. It will be very useful for TRI team.
Yes, yes. Hopefully they will be having a visit on CIL, so you can explain more
hope so,
about
sir.
it. So moving on to Professor Chaitra Puttaswamy, and this is a question for Amlesh Gopi also, because they are from the academical perspective. So we hear from Karthik also that there are a lot of hard disks, or say there are a lot of files which are there and deposited across the universities. There are CELs in the UGCs. So what do we do to ensure that we take all those documents and put it in a repository?
Okay, that's a very tricky question. So I'll give you two anecdotal information. Up to 2020, I had my own research starting from 2005 until 2018 on a hard drive. And one fine day in 2021, I tried to open it and I couldn't retrieve it. Except that I had several of those things on CDs and other places. But this is this story worldwide, that there is one individual who has put in years of work, and for paucity of platforms like Bhasha Sanchika that we have now, where we can deposit. And my data was also deposited at an international funding body, not in India. Long before that, before Sanchika happened, I had myself approached CIIL, take my hard drive. But there was no mechanism to do that. There was no mechanism to do that. The same is happening with my PhD scholars who are at IIT Kanpur, that their PhD thesis has to be submitted as a PDF. So you cannot submit audio and video files along with that. And in several cases, students after their PhD projects or short-term projects, research associates after short-term projects, move on and do other things in life. And the work stays with those individuals simply because of paucity of platforms to deposit these resources. So people really don't know where to put it. So Karthik brought up Shodh Ganga. So how does a researcher do research in India? If you want to look up other research works in other universities, this is a new phenomenon for researchers which was not there when I was a student. Look up Shodh Ganga. X is doing this in this university. My students came up with the old typewriter notes which were digitized. So we need to do something like that, something that can and this is just the story from my field, from linguistics. but tribal community work, including language documentation perspective, happens in multiple departments. The newest ones are the computer science departments, but the oldest ones are the anthropology departments. And there is an entire range, even botany departments are documenting ethno-biolinguistic information, which is also relevant to tribal communities. So we need to write to the VCs or heads of every such institution, and also talk to former faculty members to give it. I think they will be very happy to do that. They need to know.
IIT Kanpur can take the lead as well.
Yes, we can take the lead as well. And aggregate this, and aggregating this kind of information. But my other point was aggregate for who? We also need to identify our users. How many of our academic colleagues actually use these resources and say that my data is coming from Bhasha Sanchika, or my data is coming from the Adivani database? We cannot motivate. Everybody thinks that I have to go to the field and collect fresh data. That is an unlearning that we need to do, that to appreciate and utilize the existing resources. And the IIT Kanpur experience that I know is translational research. Also to make these products commercially viable. Make a game out of this. Make a game like Duolingo across the world is not being approached as a language learning platform, but as a gaming platform. My Duolingo points. So why not my Adivani points?
I wanted to emphasize here that
Sora rather than learning German on Duolingo. So this should become marketed, and also, sorry, I'm cutting. Another thing that has always struck me was the beauty of people talking about Apache attitude or Mohawk hairstyle. What about Indian communities? Talking about Korean anime, Japanese something. How do we make our animation channels for Indian languages with subtitles? Why only Chhota Bheem? Why for 2 or 3 generations of young people, only Chhota Bheem is the only product that is available for generations of kids, right? So we should do this translational work on Indian languages as well. Especially the lesson on Indian languages have to become current and accessible.
Yeah, one thing which I want to add on your request of gamified application is that we're working on Gondi and Santali. We'll be soon coming up with, say, in 3-4 months, we'll be in a position to come up with a gamified application for Gondi and Santali, which will again be integrated with Adivani. So that's one thing. And you said that there is something called KTB, which is there in Netflix. But yeah, that doesn't have that much footprint of that of Chhota Bheem. We like to see how we can move forward in that direction. We'd like to have one more question for you. That is, you mentioned in your research papers on ethical field documentation. So how do you frame this? How do you define this ethical field documentation? What do you mean by that?
So very often we meet community members. We call them by titles like informants and consultants. We don't. We think we pay them we only pay them for their time, and very nominally, which is just an honorarium as an appreciation. We are guests in their homes, but we treat what we get from them as products that we have bought from them, and we own it and use it the way we like. So ethics starts from that kind of mindset. To going back to them very often and saying, this is what I did with what I got from you, and do you like it? Are you okay with it? And what can I do for you? Because you did this for me, you gave me your time. And when I work on major languages with major Indian publishing houses, I have to sign a contract of intellectual property rights. We never do that with our communities. We take their intellectual property as our right to take it from them. So these are the highlights of the ethical concern.
Nicely put. Actually, I would, even my Adivani team is also here. So we need to ensure that when we do that, we need to ensure that what we give back to the community. So that perspective, we always should ensure that it has been. And then the final question for all of these panelists here is that we have a whole house of TRAs sitting here. So I would like to hear from one of you as a final comment on what exactly you think that the role of TRA should be in documenting and preserving and ensuring that community participation is there. I'll start with Mr. Karthik. You can just tell what, from your perspective, from your lens, what do you think that TRAs can do, and what if they are already doing it, how they can do it better?
Okay, so this is not going to be just my perspective. So we have a TRI from Ooty person also representing here. So in the last year I had an experience of working with the TRI Ooty to document 5 languages of Tamil Nadu. So what we did is we supported community members to do the documentation themselves. For the 5 languages, 6 teams were awarded a project. Only 1 person was an academician. The rest of them are all either a community-linked organization or the community members themselves. One of the community member who documented through the scheme, Mrs. Vasamali, is also here, that she will speak tomorrow. So what we did there is that we sat with the community, understood their priority, and gave them support to document their language. So my role within that work is to be that supporting pillar, to give support in terms of, so most of the documentation we may sound that it is too technical. It is not. It is simply something that can be learned. In fact, Panini's grammar was written not by a linguist. He was later became a grammarian. It was written by a person who well understood their language. So a member from the community member can be supported to do a lot of these activities, and there should be special budgetary allocations to support those schemes. So TRIs could lead that too. That's my one suggestion.
Yeah, over to you, Gopiji.
Okay, thank you. I would insist that TRIs try to develop the community people who can work. TRI should monitor and time to time ensure that things are moving in the right directions. The copyright issue, I also agree with Professor Chaitra Putusamy. Like the copyright should be with the community people, and we should facilitate them, like how they can take it forward. We should ask ourselves whether we are able to create a writer from the community themselves who would write for themselves in their language, whether they are able to transmit those things to the next generation people or not. So TRIs can actually coordinate and also get in touch with the people, the researchers like us, possibly, to understand how they can get the data in one place. There should not be any duplicate work. I am also working, Karthik is also working, maybe on the same direction, on the same language. That is a lot of wastage of time and money and energy. So we should ensure that there is no duplicacy. No, we should understand and identify what we have already, what we need to have, and then from there we should actually give them a unified number for each of the communities and start ensuring that there is no duplicate work in that direction. Once TRIs start identifying those gaps, possibly, I think we would be in the much more better phase to start things in a better way. Yeah, thank you.
I would want to look at TRI as a nodal center. From the community perspective, they do outreach and dissemination of what the community has produced. Whether it's products related to language or about language, also collaborate with things like tourism development department, where you can have nature walks, community exposure, weekend visits. And for academicians to also, so the KSTRI, the Endangered Languages Conference, was being organized through a linguist, through a non-government organization. I think TRIs should own it and have annual congregation where all academicians and community members come and discuss, have a conclave like this every year in different states, and then showcase the state which is hosting will do the first day, or they should take the first place, because everything happens on the first day. Showcase their work and discuss the progress in the field as a continual process.
Over to you, Sujoy.
I think they have mentioned most of the important points. See, I may be slightly different. why I'm saying, see, TRI not only works on languages, TRI has several work. And now if we are talking about, and I think in Bhubaneswar I was also
You
there.
will get a clap from the TRS, I think.
Yeah.
They,
Okay.
they also understand.
No, because our situation is also same in CIIL. So Bhubaneswar onwards, we are highlighting. I mean, Secretary Madam also very enthused about this language work. So how many linguists or let's say language expert we have in TRI? That is first point we need to think, and then we can think. And another request, I'll say Amolesh, with the line of Amolesh comment. See, recently director sir and our team, Dr. Alindra is also there, my colleague, worked on Northeastern primers. So we are starting another level of primers for endangered languages. Then my point was that let's check what happened in Kerala, what happened in TRI Mysore. I said, please strike these languages. It is already done. We don't have that much time. We don't have that much resources. Mainly the manpower. If you say CIIL, CIIL also don't have that much of manpower. So our policy now we are taking, whatever TRI has done, we will not touch that. We will explore what is not done by them. If, let's say, some work is going to start, you check what is not done by CIIL or what is your priority, what immediately you want to reach. Because see, planning multiple things, this scheme for protection and preservation of endangered languages, they have planned to document 512 languages, mother tongues. Kartik was mentioning 159, 500. That list is based on some old census data. Okay, so I think we should have very, pointed target, achievable target, and at the same time engaging linguists and community people definitely. Sir, sorry.
No, no, it's good to see a differing point of view. Yeah, we understand there is a lot of resource constraints that TRA operates within. So to conclude, I think I will not take much time. We all understand there is an issue at hand, and we all understand there is multiplicity of inputs and efforts by every other organizations. As Karthik mentioned, we need to have some sort of a single resource center or a repository online. And as he is also mentioning that we need to pull in all the academicians together, as the professor from IIT Kanpur has also mentioned, that how we can ensure that we will coordinate with the VCs and then get all the data in one place. That's one thing. And second thing is to engage with the community and give them some incentives whenever we develop a language repository, and also see to that some intellectual property rights of their language is not abridged upon. And apart from that, I think the very discussion is that how TRAs can be or cannot be part of this institute, this initiative. We need to understand the resource constraints of the TRAs. We can see how we can support them in terms of having a resource, additional resource called linguist. Maybe 1-2 linguists will suffice. In that sense, like we can have a lot of efforts contributing towards the conservation of languages. I thank all the, you want to say something? Yeah.
Sorry, sir, interrupting. See, TRI, we have a request. If you want to archive your data, please get in touch. We will provide the training. We'll, in fact, if you need resource person in the sense the person who will create the metadata archive, will in fact support that also. So it is our request. Our director sir is there. Jadavpur University, they have approached us. It's in the final stage. They are going to archive our data. Thank you, sir. Sorry for interrupting.
Sure, definitely. So that is exactly why we wanted to keep this very program at CIIL, but some of our other reasons we're not able to host there. But having said that, we have arranged a CIIL visit on probably tomorrow evening. I would request all the TRIs to have a look at their what are the works that has been carried out. Finally, I wanted to have some questions from the audience to all the esteemed panelists over here. Then maybe I will allow 2 questions given the fact that we are running out of time. Yes, Pooja. I may want some runners with mics. Usherers with mic.
Ma'am, please you.
Yeah. So, like you all did the documentation. So, how we can scale it and make it generalizable for other endangered languages? Let's suppose I want to go archiving any other new language. How can I adopt your approaches and make it more scalable and generalizable?
Karthik.
So the scalability problem is a very different problem when you're working with a language that is as small as Toda, Kota or Toto. We are dealing with speakers who are less than the population base, which is less than 3,000, right? A model that is applied for crowdsourcing data might not work at all, because for a crowdsourcing you need a particular pool of speakers who are active speakers also. So with an endangered language, that's also another concern. Now, the Deputy Secretary in the morning mentioned the case of Bo. It was Bo, that one last speaker, okay? She was the only one person who was responsible, right, for all of the records that we have for the language. So the scalability problem is slightly different when it comes to endangered languages of India. Now, languages of Northeast are a very completely different ecology to those of languages of South or the West or even the Central India. So the scalability problem then has to be understood from those what we call as language ecologies. What are the most important resource, let us remind, is that speakers. Is the active community member who is willing to work with this. So the problem needs to be encountered from that position and not necessarily from the scalability as in a tech scalability problem. I think there will be people who will be talking more about it, but community members, and that will decide the thing. So.
Have one more thing to add to this. A related point is whenever we go and meet community members, we also need to be careful about not being judgmental or puritanical and telling them that you are not saying the right thing. आप सही से नहीं बोल रहे हो, ये कोई नहीं लग रहा है मुझे. मैंने जो recording में सुना, आप हिंदी ओडिया क्यों मिला रहे हो? Why are you mixing Tamil? Because that is the reality of their lives and that is what we are documenting. So that's all. That may also bother us because we want pure data. So the thing that we need to remember is we are not going to get pure data.
So yeah, my second question is just related to it. Let's suppose Gondi have different dialects, and if I am going to archive or create some documentation for the Gondi language, and it having the different dialects, then how I can combine them and build a model that is able to capture all the different dialect diversities? Because there is always a conflict from the different community members that having different dialects, that this is not coming from my community. So how to deal with this problem?
Two things are there. You want more inclusions, right? So you add actually as many as there. And then if you look at from the what we call as historical linguistics perspective, we'll always be able to see the similarities as well. So suppose one word is spoken in 2 to 3 different ways in 2 to 3 different varieties. It would happen only for a handful number of lexical items. If they are still in close proximity, if they are in a far proximity, far away separated because of geographical location and all, obviously there will be more sort of differences. But our target should be to include all of them, as many as we can. Otherwise, we would be depriving somebody, and then we would be just prioritizing somebody. Just because I went to a particular area, collected data from there, and then there is same communities people residing somewhere far away, and I'm not able to access that location, shouldn't mean that we should simply exclude them. But then we should possibly include and just see how close they are, basically. Yeah.
I think we should have a unified, not a unified database, but a unique database for each such dialect and varieties. But they have to talk to each other also when it comes to a model. What I say X in a particular dialect, what does it mean in a language in other variety or other dialect? So that the model has to understand basically. Then it can predict, and then it can be a unified thing, but it has to be unique and it has to capture each and every representation of language. Yeah, Mr. Madhav.
So I have one question, sir. Basically, you are talking on the Adivasi language, tribal language. But I'm saying that many languages we are documenting, all the documentation institutes, professors are documenting it. But it's not reaching to the grassroots level. For that, my suggestion is that I think the government of India or government of Karnataka, I think any government take as a syllabus from first standard or second standard can be teach in the local language. So that can be done. So then you can revitalize the language. Otherwise, all the document, nobody will go and read the languages. So this is my suggestion.
There is a session on the afternoon regarding that multilingual education. So we'll delve deeper into that. The part. Yeah. I think with that, I will like to thank all the panelists here, Mr. Karthik, Mr. Gope, Mrs. Puttaswamy, and then Sujay. I thank you all for your valuable suggestions and inputs. I think that TRIs are active listeners here, and they will try to coordinate with you and take it forward, whatever we have spoken about. I think we'll close this.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Can we clap, audience, everybody? Let me thank the moderator and all our panelists for the very enriching discussion. Right now, I request Shri Ganesh Nagarajan sir to please give the what do we call that? We call that as a gratification. So we have to be thankful for all the panelists on stage. Thank you so much for the wonderful time. Can we have a huge round of applause and thank them, everybody? Please put your hands together. A memento as a token of gratitude they're gonna get. Let us thank them, audience, everybody. We have Dr. R. Karthik Narayanan. Thank you so much. And we have Shri Amlesh Gopi, PhD, IIT Guwahati. And we have Chaitra Puttaswamy, Associate Professor in the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences at IIT Kanpur. And we have Dr. Sujoy Sarkar, Lecturer cum Junior Research Officer, CIIL. Thank you so much. Let me thank Ganesh sir. Thank you so much, sir. And dear ladies and gentlemen, I request everybody, right now we are breaking for lunch. So it's only 45 minutes. After 45 minutes, let's come back for the next session, Technology Meets Tribal Languages. I request everybody to please utilize only 45 minutes so that let's have the next session as soon as possible to be kick-started. Thank you so much, everybody. So the lunch is ready. I request everybody to please have lunch and get back as soon as possible. Thank you.
Ranjini Prasad, they are having lunch? Okay, okay. Brief about
ಭಯ್ಯ ಆಡಿಯೋದು ಕರಿಬೇಕಾ ಬರ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನೀನು ಯಾಕಣ ಹಂಗೆ ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ
ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತಾ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತಾ ಸರ್
Next session is Technology Needs Tribal Languages. This session will look at the technological tools available for tribal languages, including automatic speech recognition, text-to-speech, machine translation, corpus building, keyboards and fonts. The discussion will also address data protection, possible misuse and the implications of commercializing tribal language data and content. Importantly, this session will include a live translation demonstration using audio recorded at the mother tongue recording booth earlier this morning. Our panelists are on stage. With a huge round of applause, let us welcome them, audience, everybody. We have Dr. Narayanan Kumar Chowdhury, sir, with us. Sir, I heartily welcome you. Lecturer cum Junior Research Officer and Officer in Charge, Computer Application Unit, CIIL Mysuru, works in Computational Linguists, NLP and Language Technology, Corpus Linguists, Linguistic Annotation and Multilingual Lexicography. Sir, I heartily welcome you, sir. Can we welcome everybody? So we're just waiting. So once they're here. And let us welcome everybody. Sir, we heartily welcome you, sir. Thank you so much for being with us. And on stage we have Saurabh Roy, sir, Chief Executive Officer. Okay, we have Professor A.R.D. Prasadji on stage, Senior Academic in Library and Information Science, former Professor and Head, Documentation Research and Training Center, Indian Statistical Institute, built digital repositories for endangered languages, consultant to UNESCO, UNFAO and the Commonwealth of Learning. Sir, I heartily welcome you. Can we welcome Professor A.R.D. Prasad sir on stage with a huge round of applause. And our panelists, Professor Dilip A.D., Professor, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, IIT Mandi, and the Institute Dean, member of, IIT Harvard. Administration, member of the Senate and the Board of Governors. Let's welcome him, sir. We welcome you to this event, sir. Thank you. And we have Dr. Ritesh Kumar, CEO, Unreal Tree, a linguist by training, specializing in computational linguist and pragmatics with a research focus on NLP for social good and speech technologies for minoritized and endangered Indian languages. He was assistant professor for linguists at Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar University, Agra, where he coordinated the MSc in computational linguistics. He also co-founded the Council for Diversity and Innovation, working with indigenous communities and linguists on language and culture documentation and digitization. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause. Hearty welcome, sir. We have Ranjini Prasad, ma'am, Program Coordinator, Keystone Foundation. Works on community archiving, digital tools and tribal leadership training in the Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve and has led initiatives such as the Barefoot Linguist Workshops, bringing together indigenous Adivasi speakers. Previously, a research associate with the ASER Center, coordinating the annual status of education report surveys. Let's welcome her with a huge round of applause, audience. For this, we have the moderator, Shri Anant Prakash Pandeyji. Let us welcome him. Ministry of Tribal Affairs, Joint Secretary. I heartily welcome you, sir. Thank you so much. Over to the panel discussion.
Good afternoon, everyone, and a very warm welcome to all my panelists who have done tremendous work in their own fields. I know after the lunch session, it is always difficult to get the attention of all the audience, but this is a very important session, and that is why I would request that the participants as well as those, I think everyone has come, or there are some, because I find a lot of vacant chairs. So I would request the organizers also to please see that some of the people are not sitting in the lobby and all. They should join here. So this session on technology meets tribal languages. Ministry of Tribal Affairs has been working a lot in this field in terms of the development of Adivani app, which is one of the major initiative that ministry has taken in terms of technology and support of technology for preservation and conservation of tribal language. We are looking forward in this session on how Adivani can be used and whether it should be open, what are the risks that are there if it is what can be the misuses in terms of unauthorized commercial use, cultural appropriation, data scraping, model extraction, and what are the, we'll be also looking forward to seeing what are the concrete safeguards which is mapped to each of these risks in terms of licensing terms, gated access or consent required protocols, and integration with the other major sort of platforms like Google, WhatsApp and other private as well as government platforms, which can be acceptable and what conditions. And again, the ownership is another important issue that we will be also discussing during this panel. Ownership controls that underlying the tribal language corpus once the tool is open to the public. So this is the background on which we will be discussing. The format in which we will be going through is, as in the previous panel discussion, I'll be posing a few questions on each of the panelists, and then we'll be taking up questions from the audience also. So first question I'll be posing to Dr. Narayan Kumar Chaudhary, who's done a tremendous work in this linguistic space. As a person closest to the actual corpus building work at the CIIL, once a tribal language corpus is digitized and annotated, what are the safeguards that exist today actually to prevent it from being lifted and refused without permission?
This is a big question, and it has been being pondered for a long time. So in India, if you look at the corpus development, digital corpus development, we started first with the 1987 when we had the first digital corpus of Indian English. Later on, this MITI had this TDIL program, Technological Data for Indian Languages. They also had it, and then LDCL also came around the same time. The LDCL data could not get released for 10 years because there was no clear licensing term and there was no clear copyright consent forms. So even if we had worked on it, we had collected the data from different places, we could not release it because Ministry of Law could not give us any clear guideline on whether we can release this data for public use or for any other purpose. So we pondered a lot on it. There was a big project advisory committee. Based on that, what they suggested that we can take extracts and then make it part of that corpus, part one. Second part, whether we can make it public, whether anyone can download the data for free and then make use of it. TDIL had already done it. TDIL also worked on this corpus, and they released this data for free for everybody, be it commercial or non-commercial, whatever it is. But at LECL, we said, no, we are not going to make this data for free because we know what kind of effort it takes. And language communities are also very protective of their own languages. They don't want their language to be shared with everybody. That is also kind of their identity. These days, those fears are now out. If you have a data, you simply put a plugin and Sam Altman will come or Musk will come and they'll take your data and they'll say that my app speaks this language. And your current generation will get in a threatened mode. So some kind of a restriction has to be placed in there so that language, which is also the identity of the language, of the community, is protected. That is what my view, and that is what we are following even in LECL. At LECL, we are not making our data set public, but we are giving it for free for Indian research purposes, part one. We are also giving it to commercial organizations, but on a license term basis, with a clear statement that you can use it for your application, but you cannot deliver it to any other ones. So that is what we are following, and I think the same thing will come with the next data set that are coming up.
Thank you, Dr. Narayan. So you have covered, I think, the second part of the question that I was going to ask about what are the possible risks. But is data sort of exposure and the risk involved in terms of the applications that they might take away the data? Besides this, is there any additional risks also in terms of exposing it or making it public access?
Yes. So data is part one. If you reveal your data, your building block is gone out. Anyone can use it, and you cannot take any control of who is doing what with your data and with that language. They can do anything, part one. Second part, the derivatives that come out of the data. The derivative is the engines, like say ASR engine, translation engines. These engines are there. They are also made public, but there is a possibility that it can be reverse engineered. But there is a less chance of that because the sole goal of why we are getting into AI is to proliferate the language. And there is one saying that ज्ञान बांटने से बढ़ता है, कम नहीं होता है. So, and the source of ज्ञान is the language. So in your language, if the same knowledge is there, your language is also getting, and you are also giving it to others. So it goes both ways. So this is a very tricky question, and we should be aware that we are living in a world where technology is coming up very fast. Yesterday in the morning, Ganeshji was referring to Bo language from Andamans. I worked on that language for 2 years. I spent 6 months in Andamans. And Bo is not the one language. Actually, it is a conglomerate of 10 languages. And together we call it as Great Andamanese. There were around 6,000 speakers of that language in 1948. At that time, when the Britishers were still there, their colony was still there. And when they left, the total population of the whole community was only 300 because most of the people had died. And they died because of contact from these white and others. Even people from mainland, they were earlier there was no cellular jail. People would be taken in and then just thrown on the island. They will mingle with these primitive tribes. And they caught several types of flus which wiped the whole of that community. And there was only 300 people, and in 2005 to 2007, when I worked on that language, there were only 7 people who could speak that language. The last person died in 2010, and she was the speaker of Bo. Prior to that, all the 10 dialects, they had gone. So that threat is there. It is not a threat about, what you say, the technology only. The people are still there. There are still around 40, 50 people who are still pure blood of that. But they are all merging. Take one example. I was taking a data from one guy called Jero. He was given a government job. He is a tribal, his job was nothing. He was getting salary for around 40,000 rupees in 2005. He would get his salary. The first day, he will go to a pub or bar or drink something. All his money is gone. Next day onwards, he will start. So I told him, why don't you get married? He started opening up before me, telling me, who should I marry? Tell me. In his community, there were only 50 people. And there were only 3 girls of marriageable age. And they were all his sisters. Who will he marry? It is a sociological issue for them. That is such a small community. And when we go for the bigger language communities, let's say, for example, 3,000, 4,000 people, it is also their identity. They want to protect themselves by way of alienating themselves. So that is also a question. So that is why in the last session we were talking about the copyright of whether this data should go to the public or not lies with the community. If the community says, yes, we want it, then we'll do it. Recently, we are working on 270 languages. There was one language community there we wanted to collect some speech data. One girl started giving speech data, and then the community members got to know, and they scolded her. Why are you giving this data to them? Call for a meeting. So we went for a meeting, online meeting. In that meeting, there were around 50 community members in the online meeting. And they were asking, what are you going to do with this data? What are you going to give it to us? What will happen with this? All this. Despite that, we are telling that we are part of government. Whatever data we are going to create, it will go ultimately back to you. We will try to develop some kind of a technology or outreach program for your community. Despite that, all of these things were there. So some kind of community involvement has to be there. Otherwise, even that community will be issue. There are several other anecdotes that I can tell later on.
Thank you, Dr. Narayan. So I'll be moving to Professor A.R.D. Prasad, who is the former HOD DRTC and ISI Bangalore. So your work on advising UNESCO and other international bodies. Is there any established global norm or protocol for how indigenous language digital repository should balance open access against the community controls?
I answered the question from a different point of view. I am a staunch advocate of open access to information, open data, open source software, open standards, and open educational resources. Okay. Actually, the question was that was raised, whether the community owns the language. They speak that language, whether they should prevent others not to use it for any other purpose is the basic question, because in open data we talk about much of the data are facts. Facts are not owned by anybody. Okay. To survive, the question is how to make the language survive. If you try to keep it more and more close-fisted, I think it is a guarantee factor to kill the language. Okay, I mean, I look from a different. Yes, we have to protect the tribal languages, but again, it doesn't mean that if you make it open, whatever the data is collected from various communities, I think more so in the case of tribal languages, the chances of its survival is higher. Okay, if we collect the data about whether dictionaries or concordances or whatever that is, we have to make it much more open. Then, of course, I asked to talk about the technology aspects of this one. So, but what I say is, of course, we know that if the government can pursue Unicode people for some of the languages, for example, recently Tulu language has their own fonts and other things, and Unicode accepted it also. That is, I think, could be a good development. In future, if at all we develop scripts, fonts, and you know that all the Indian languages go for ligatures. We combine 2, 3 samyukta aksharas, we say, no? And which is font rendering technology also a very tricky technology. These are also to be developed, but I am not sure whether they should adopt one of the existing scripts or they develop their own scripts, because you know that another challenge is, especially the tribal languages pose, is the tonal aspect. okay, how do we incorporate in the sound phonetic system the tonal aspects of, the tonal aspects of it. That is one problem. And another thing is, of course, I mostly belong to the digital repository side. That's why I came in contact with CIIL, and I am fortunate to work with Dr. Narayan Chowdhury, Dr. Sujay Sarkar, and Dr. Karthik. My linguistic basis is something I did during my PhD, that is basically Chomskyan grammar based and all that, which now large scale language models are completely took a different paradigm shift. So what I say is, another important is, in the morning session, Dr. Karthik was suggesting the federation of the TRCs, whatever they produce. Always I think best architecture is to have a distributed system, that is each state in TRC, each TRC in different states, they should establish own repositories. And of course, we have the technology and protocols like OAI, PMH to harvest the data and have a centralized gateway, which is one of his recommendations. So another thing is, we followed both in CIIL and Tolkudi, which is Tamil Nadu Endangered Languages and other things. We followed metadata. Metadata is very, very important. If you have a piece of data, we have to describe the data, because metadata is a powerful tool in discovery. That is where I think many of the search engines in the past failed. Now they are covering up. Okay, metadata is very, very important. And DSpace, of course, we used digital repository software from Massachusetts Institute of Technology. And I was fortunate in the beginning, I was on the governing advisory board, and it is a powerful one. Another aspect we have to see is the licenses part, because the problem with the Creative Commons license, which is adopted by most of the organizations, they are for individuals. If we have to think of a community, a tribal community having some kind of a license, probably we have to evolve such one, okay? That is a license. Basically, we say it is non-exclusive license, where the community gives us the authority to distribute their knowledge. Okay, so tribal knowledge probably calls for a different kind of licensing than the commonly used Creative Commons. And of course, when it comes to AI tools, we know that many of the databases and others, they are using NL interfaces. Okay, in fact, for Shodhaganga, which was mentioned by some of the guys, which is a thesis repository, I asked one of my students, can you develop a system which converts a natural language query into SQL query? Because NL normal query with Boolean doesn't really answer many questions. At database level, it can answer more questions, but he went a little beyond, like ChatGPT and others. It goes through the abstracts of all theses and answers the questions. I think that NL interface also we have to think of. But on the whole, probably one of the recommendations of this conclave could be, at the end of the conclave, making, I think, convincing the government whether we can bring out a policy for the tribal data protection. Okay, I think Europe has something like general data protection regulation, but you know that in India, one of the problems I faced is it comes, if it is top-down approach, some dikkat from the government comes, people would follow. Okay, bottom-up approach, in many cases, it doesn't work. I think it dies down after even some enthusiasts come together and start something, soon it will die. So if we have a policy, and policy dictates government's obligation for funding and are enriching these tribal research centers and all that, probably down 10 years, we may progress much better Right now, I think it is in silos. I mean, there is some kind of at a personal level, scientist coordination, but I think policy decides how do we work together.
Thank you, Professor Prasad. I think you have rightly pointed out that policy, national data, tribal data protection policy would be an interesting thought. Ministry is already working on the basically the songs, the tribal songs and the folklore, in terms of how we can get it patented or copyrighted, because right now a lot of such knowledge base from the tribal communities are being used in Bollywood, Tollywood, and they are not getting any commercial benefits out of it. So that is one of the initiatives that Ministry of Tribal Affairs has recently started, that we are going to document the tribal songs and the melody, and then with the only body which is authorized to do that copywriting, we are working with them. So that is one. I just wanted to bring that piece of information for everyone. Thank you for the, so there is a diagrammatic opposite sort of scenario. On my right hand side, he is telling it should be totally open access, and on my left hand side, Dr. Narayan was telling that it has to be regulated because then it can be misused. So that is a very interesting thought. My next question is to Professor Dilip from IIT Dharwad. Although partially it has been covered, from a systems standpoint, if Adivani's interface or API were open to the general population, what is the new misuse vector, scraping, model extraction, adversarial fine-tuning? Does that create a closed TRI only system we should have, or it can be open to everyone? Then is integration with the bigger platforms like Google Translate or WhatsApp fundamentally an engineering decision, policy decision, or both, and where technically would you draw the line? So I think these.
It's a very valid question. Before starting that, I'm Professor Dilip. I'm professor in computer science from IIT Dharwad. So prior to that, I was in IIT Mandi for almost like a decade. So I basically work mainly on developing the speech technologies for the Indian languages. So specifically associated with the Bhashini project and also associated to that thing. So because you might have been seeing in the morning the Kannada translations, specifically from the Bhashini, this thing. So this is our consortium outcomes. We can see that's good to see that. So working in the platform, this thing. And now coming to the question about the making the platform public. So of course it should be made public, because unless we made public, the API is made public, the people won't be using it. So it has to be used, and when the more the people uses, and then more the visibility will be coming to that particular the language, and also the more people try to understand, they learn the things. Some of the people who might have been forgotten certain words associated to those language, who are the people who are there in the same, who their mother tongue might be the same language, tribal language, but they are in the mainstream, they might have been forgotten. So these things definitely going to help in that aspect. So in that way, definitely APIs has to be made public, and by that the visibility will be more, because in the morning even the Ganesh ji also has been telling the same thing, that more and more people must use it. Then only the effort of the people who in digitizing this data and its things that come into the picture, and that will be having a valid thing. But at the same time, so it is also true that it opens up to certain misuses. But being a technology developer, so I believe in the outcomes what it's supposed to be conveyed to the community. So if we, and at the same time we should be aware of that, what misuses can happen, and we need to have some sort of the regulations or restrictions on the usage just to avoid those things. It's not the restricting the people from using that, rather the kind of a restriction on certain actions which leads to that kind of a misuses. That's where we need to be careful about it. That's my opinion. For example, if you see that, that's one of the things he's mentioning about that. It's like the model extraction could be possible by and then once the model is extracted, then people may misuse it, kind of a thing. Usually the technology has been built, or even the Adivani also been posted in the web application also. So definitely only what is the users are interacting with only at the API things, which is only the things is open to that. But all the models and everything, all the data, everything is there in the secured server. Okay, so we have the multiple layers of protection that's anyway that is there. It's difficult to directly go and fetch those things. But there are certain adversarial attacks, all the things are there by which one can query millions of queries and then try to extract certain outcomes. And with respect to that, trying to mimic the model. So that's possibilities are there. That's where the current technology is also going in that direction also. But those things can be addressed one of the way by restricting the number of queries that each person can ask, kind of a thing. Because instead of letting them to query bombarded with millions of queries, millions of questions, one can also do it with maybe the reasonable number of queries can be done. And once that trend has been seen that, okay, so that's it leading to the lot of things, so one can restrict such kind of a thing. So with that cautious efforts, definitely we can restrict some of the misuses what can happen with respect to that. And definitely the data will not be exposed to the people, because what the people are using in the Adivani is only the built model, and then only the inferences they are using it. So the data has already been used in building the models itself. So the data used for building the model, definitely it is hidden. It's nowhere in connection with the people. Only thing is that if they attack the server where it is there and get the access of that server, then only that issue. So that is a normal trend of any of the vulnerability on the networks and other things. Other than that, so with the cautious measures what I was talking about, with that it can be restricted. So that's what my opinion in that way.
Thank you. So my next question is to Ms. Ranjani Prasad.
Okay, I think there's one more connected question was there, whether it can be connected with respect to the larger platforms like Google and WhatsApp, kind of a thing. So yeah, so one thing is that's actually a little tricky question over there. So what we wanted to share with them. So that is the first question, and the policy we need to decide with that. So if we are restricting only those larger platforms to use only the app, just to make use of them as a one part of their app, and then getting the outcomes or the inferences out of those things, so then that may be one of the way you can see that. Otherwise, if we give the model to them and integrate that itself in their application, then that's another level of policy one has to think into that. So if we give the model to those the technology giants like Google and WhatsApp, then definitely the reverse engineering of that, and then not only reverse engineering, once the model is been given, then that can be, because thanks to our deep learning models, so even though we have certain models, so even though you have small set of data, you can retrain them and then you can adapt it to the new languages which can do that. So that is what the kind of a technology is happening over there. And then building the model is not a difficult thing if we get that pre-trained model to that. So that is the cautious decision is required, whether we really need to give the open access to those giants so that they can steal all the efforts what we are doing that, or from our side itself, we can, the Indian companies itself, they can use those things and then make it more popularized with the Indian community. That's where we need to see that. But of course, it needs to be more popularized among the community. They need to be used. So, but instead of giving it to the foreign nations, we have our own lot of startups and companies that's there, so we can do that with respect to that. And like what Bashini is doing in the same way, maybe this Adivani can also be worked like a kind of a Section 8 company, and then it can regulate the incubating various companies and using these technologies, and then it can be popularized more. So that's my take in that.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Dilip. I think Ministry is already working on that. I think IIT Delhi had also in one of the meetings had proposed that we need to have a structure, because as Adivani grows in terms of the applications that are there, in terms of what all things is possible with the Adivani app. Right now it is mostly on the translation part, but there is huge potential in terms of applications that can be developed out of it, in terms of product that can be developed.
So I think, okay, sorry, with your permission, I just want to add a couple of things over here. So this Adivani, when this app has happened, it is completely now monitored by the Ministry of Tribal Affairs. Okay, but there are many, as Ganesh ji has rightly mentioned, so there are a lot of parallel works is also happening in developing the models or the technologies for the different tribal languages. So one of the things is that even in our IIT Dharwad itself, me and our group led by Professor Mahadev Prasanna, we also involved in from the Mighty project and the Bashini associated to that. So we worked with Soliga language, and also for the Lambani languages, specifically for the northern Karnataka dialect of that. We have built these space technologies for that. So the point what I'm saying is that, as you rightly mentioned, we need to, maybe the ministry can also take this stand where the different works happening in the tribal languages, so it need to be unified in one kind of a platform where for the research purpose, data should be made available and the model should be made available to each of the researchers, so that instead of reinventing the wheel and then going into the each and everything, doing again and again, I think all these things, our efforts, because each one of us also done with a lot of efforts are gone in collecting the digital resources, building the technology, and also the building the applications associated to that. And I think at this point I wanted to make things that, okay, these things can be unified under one thing. So because it's the first effort happening from the Ministry of Tribal Affairs, specifically on the tribal languages, though the Meitei is doing on the Indian languages. So I think that this unification definitely helps to grow this research, and also it can also accelerate the research on to the other tribal languages also. So, and that is where, and the people who wants to work in the tribal language, they can learn from the experiences collected over the different platforms, so that it can be done in a better manner. So that's what I wanted to put in.
Thank you for the session. In fact, this conclave itself is meant to be that also. One of the objects of the conclave is that we needed to learn that how many people are really involved, how many organizations are working in this space, so that we are also aware, and many, as Ganesh has already made in his presentation, that people are working in silos. There are different organizations, different researchers who are working in silos. And I think this conclave has really helped us in understanding that there are a lot of other people who are working in the same ecosystem, and we'll find definitely a way out in terms of making a platform where we can regularly be in touch. So we were just discussing over lunch also that there could be an advisory or technical body amongst the researchers, and so that we can meet more regularly and then discuss that, so that there is no duplicacy in terms of efforts and resources that are spent. Thank you for that suggestion. Now my question is to Ms. Ranjani Prasad, that through initiatives like Barefoot Linguist Workshops, local speakers are documenting their own languages. What are the concrete government protocols that will establish to ensure that community members, rather than external institutes or tech vendors, retain primary custodianship over their digital archives? So this is again related to the community ownership, and how do we ensure that the community ownership or the custodianship remains, even if it is used through technology, even the digital archives are being created, but how does one ensure that the community remains the ultimate owner of it?
Thank you so much for this question, and which is very relevant, especially in the context of some of the discussions that are happening. My name is Ranjani, and my context is also the Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve, which was evoked a little earlier, in fact. So it's a tri-junction of 3 states where almost 22 plus indigenous languages are spoken. They're interacting with each other on a daily basis. And I think at the heart of this question is also the idea of community custodianship, indigenous data sovereignty. And the Barefoot Linguist workshop that you were also referring to, so it's curated with a lot of colleagues who are in the room today. And the intention was to also introduce communities to linguistic methods and approaches. So they also feel like they have the tools to reproduce some of the work that language documentation initiatives have taken up over the years, whether through governments or through academia. I think apart from the Barefoot Linguist workshop itself, there are several methods that we've tried to pilot in our landscape. Language clubs, we've tried something called community-owned Wi-Fi, wireless mesh networks, community-led archiving, and also using platforms that have been developed by indigenous communities in other regions. All of this has been very rewarding in terms of how tech is a great equalizer, but I think some of the questions to also ask is, how do communities really own this kind of tech when actually the digital divide itself is so large? How are they really able to understand some of these tools that are being developed in their name for them? Are they being developed with them? And which is why this question of governance is especially relevant. Whose knowledge is it after all? Who's really in a place to give permission to put this in the public domain? Like the very fact that a language itself is an intergenerational asset, like it belongs to the community at large. So the person who we're recording, are they alone adequate in terms of giving permission to put it in a public domain? And in this context especially, it's very relevant to talk about biocultural protocols, which communities across the world have been trying to develop. We have some examples in India as well, where communities are also taking ownership over some of these traditional cultural expressions, traditional ecological knowledge, and trying to determine how it is really going to be accessed by outsiders. There are several frameworks that we keep in mind while developing something like the Barefoot Linguist workshop itself. The FAIR and CARE principles, which are very integral to the idea of indigenous knowledge. So FAIR, the full form of which is findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. But more importantly, is our work adhering to CARE principles, which stands for collective benefit, authority to control, responsibility, and ethics. Employing CARE principles in some of our work is extremely crucial to also bring communities together, get them to dialogue about what they would like in the public domain, what they would not like in the public domain. So this conversation on licensing is also extremely interesting because yes, open access is so important, but can we also think of paradigms where differential access is possible? Can we think of paradigms where collective licensing is possible? We have enshrined in international instruments like the Nagoya Protocol, we have things like access and benefit sharing, which have been spoken about at great length. In fact, in India, our Forest Rights Act, the National Biological Diversity Act, a lot of them talk about indigenous intellectual property and what access and benefit sharing can look like. But can we translate that into the way we engage with communities? I think custodianship is very possible, especially at a time that communities themselves are collectivizing rapidly to talk about data sovereignty. And I do think that existing frameworks can be interpreted creatively by communities themselves. And yeah, I look forward to what that looks like when we work with communities with them, like nothing about them without them.
Right, thank you. I think that's a very fair point that community, most of these laws, if you talk about Forest Rights Act or National Biodiversity Act, how does it translate in terms of the ground realities that are there, in terms of the protocol of the consent that the communities are willing to give? Because it is mostly, of course, there have been stakeholder consultations and all those things happening while framing these such kind of policies, but still, I mean, the country is really too big and the communities are vastly spread, and each community, however small it is, they have their own nuances, they have their own strengths and weaknesses in terms of, their capacity, the social capital. And that whether that has been translated in terms of the community consent that we talk about while we frame these laws and policies. So that is a big question mark in such a diverse kind of country, whether one single, forest rights acts and the consent that is that has to be given, does it cover everything for each of the communities that are spread all across the country? So that is big. It's a very large issue in country like India. I'll be now coming to Dr. Ritesh Kumar. He has, so how do we move from isolated data sets into an integrated field to model pipeline so that community voice recordings can automatically generate functional ASR, text-to-speech, keyboard layouts without requiring specialized coding skills at the local level? So, related question is, while building AI models, open source code often gets scrapped by the commercial entities. So, what specific, again, the same question is that what specific access control protocols or custom open source can prevent private developers from taking community-built speech models and commercializing them without having the consent? So, your views on this?
Okay, so I think I'll also take where Ranjini left and probably what Naranji was also talking about. So because the field to model pipeline that you just mentioned, that's not just a technological pipeline to begin with. So it has two very distinct parts. One is what we call the community training or capacity building part, and the second is the technological part, so where we build technological tools that allows communities themselves to work on building, starting from data sets and then moving on to the models. So we as organizations, as researchers, within that pipeline, we look at ourselves as probably collaborators, facilitators, learners probably, so because we learn a lot of things from the community. So now one thing that we, the community training part is, so we run a program called WTM, and which is the sister program of Barefoot Linguists that Ranjini and Karthik devised together. And so that's where we train communities and work with them to build things like dictionaries probably. And the idea is not that we go ahead and build the dictionaries. Right? So the idea is to equip the communities with the tools and the knowledge if needed, wherever needed, whatever help is needed. We extend that helping hand. We facilitate it, but then ultimately it's the community which develops the dictionaries or other resources for themselves. Right? So for their own uses. And it is so WTM is the sister program because we exactly do that for tech development. So that's where we are working with the communities on building data sets and building the models. Now obviously, as you said, that teaching coding and teaching all the CSS stuff, as Professor Dilip would agree, that it's not going to happen in 2 weeks' time. So what can we do in 2 weeks' time? What can we do in 3 weeks' time? Is probably at a very intuitive, broad level, we could talk about what models mean. So we could talk about this. So in CS, it's very common to have a mathematical explanation and an intuitive explanation. So without getting into the maths part of it, we try to explain the intuition that goes into model building, and also that goes into data set building, and then let the community take over. Right? So that's how we look at, and in fact, we had 2 iterations of the program, I would say rather successful iterations. One with Irula, and we collaborated with Keystone for that. And then we had another one where we collaborated with Prism, that's in North Bengal. We worked with the Kuruk and the Sadri communities there. And they're successful in the sense that the community members themselves, they have started building different kinds of resources. So when we talk about resources, not just about the data set and AI models, but resources of various kinds that by the communities. I mean, not even CIIL, for example. So CIIL data is CIIL data, right? So plain and simple, it's not those of researchers, it's not those of the communities whose data it is. And this is not one-off thing. So this is university data. If you're working on your PhD as assistant professors, everybody will here agree with me that you collect the data, that's the university stakes a claim on it. They never ever think of giving that co-ownership, at least a co-ownership, to the community members, or in a large, in a lot of cases, to the researchers themselves. Researchers is still probably to some extent, but community members are never. So there's a footnote in all the research papers, an acknowledgement that we thank the speakers. That's it. So now that's the idea. We wanted to challenge that. We wanted to reverse that existing much easier to actually manage to protect data sets as well.
Thank you, Dr. Ritesh. I think we had a wonderful discussion on whether, so there are two thoughts. One is towards open access. The other one is that it can be misused. So definitely there are risks involved. So the consensus of the panel is, it looks like seems to be a controlled sort of access where some protection is also available, and then the very important part that was covered was community ownership and how do we actually engage the community in the real terms. And we talked about fair consent of the community in terms of what has to be shared and what is not to be shared, and data ownership. One important thing is that the data that we are talking about needs to be translated into some sort of knowledge form, then only it becomes one that can be protected or one that can be owned by the community. Otherwise it is a simple data. So that is another aspect. We have to define that what all entails in that kind of data that we are currently speaking about.
Sir, I'll just, can
Yeah,
I just,
please.
So, okay, so I forgot to mention that, so some of those things, exactly the point that you converted into something more usable. So two of our projects, which I forgot to mention. So one is Project Boli, which is our internal project where we are actually doing that already. So these are the data sets which are built for benchmarking the thing, and these are co-owned by the community. So we have our own data governance policies and ownership policies which are already drafted, licensing policies as well, which are already drafted, which we are using at this point. I mean, they are also available. So if you search for Project Boli, you'll probably get that, those documents. Also, the second project that we were working with is the Speed TV project, which is again funded by Bhashini. It's under Mission Bhashini, funded by MITI, where we have collected more than 1,200 hours of speech data in 6 tribal languages. That includes languages like Toto, Chokri, Nishi, Kokborok as well, and then Bodo and Meitei. So those are 6 languages, all the Tibeto-Burman languages that we worked on for the first phase. Now the thing is that since this is Bhashini funded, MITI funded project, so our governance models doesn't apply exactly. But nevertheless, even within the Bhashini's framework, which requires us to open the data completely for everyone through AI course, and that's the mandate there, so right from the beginning. Despite that, the data, what we have tried to find a midway. The midway was that we still say that the data is co-owned. It's owned by Bhashini. Those were the licensing things that we tried to work out. So it's owned by the government, but also at the same time co-owned by the community themselves. Right? So because so a slight step ahead from consent itself. So consent is required, and then that data becomes available for everyone to be used. And I think that's already there. So that's one thing that we could probably look at.
Thank you. So I think we are already running short of time. So I'll be taking some questions. I mean, the audience, anybody from the audience can pose question, and he or she can ask directly to any one of the panelists, so that I mean they will be able to answer. Please, anybody can raise your hand, and then I'll request the runner to take the mic. No questions.
If nobody is asking, I wanted to pose a challenge. Are we going by making closed access or some whatever licenses and all that hurdles you create, are we increasing the risk of its endangeredness? I think making it open, another thing is also language cannot be owned by a community. I cannot say that the Kannada speaking people only own that language. Or when we record the language, probably whoever is pronouncing, they can say that, okay, this is my voice. In that case, I think we can take non-exclusive license. That is, he should allow us to distribute the data, okay? That is one. Another thing I would like to point out, see, the Mozilla has one crowdsourcing platform. How about the ministry launching, ministry or say CIIL, launching a crowdsourcing platform so that many people can contribute, whether it is text or voice or video or whatever it is, so that we can make low resource language into rich resource language so that researchers can work on it.
I think the ministry has already launched Adi Kosh, where that is a crowdsourcing platform through which we are we are actually enriching the corpus through that. I think this has been a wonderful session. So the last 2 minutes to you.
Also, not necessarily respond, but say that the intention of also talking about a collective aspect in language. I mean, licensing and ownership apart, language tech, all of language tech and documentation is a means towards intergenerational knowledge transfer. What is the point of, I mean, I imagine that without that kind of language transmission, language documents will continue to remain in archives and museums. So my imagination is that while language itself may not be copyrightable, but the knowledge encoded within a language is a collective property, intellectual property. So also from the community point of view, who invented it? Who invented a song? Who invented a proverb? Like, it's so difficult to determine. So which is why I think the very idea of a copyrighted recording somehow is antithetical to the idea of the shared knowledge systems that a lot of communities. But yes, I think never the intention was to close it, but maybe participate in the process of how it is accessed.
Right. Thank you. I think this has been a wonderful session. A lot of discussion on making it accessible, non-making it accessible, licensing, and the risks involved. And I'm thankful to all the panelists for giving the fantastic views. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Can we clap, audience, everybody? This session has taken us an important step towards mapping the tools that already exist and identifying what still needs to be built. For now, I request Shri Anand Prakash Pandey, sir, to please give and present the mementos to the panelists as a token of gratitude. Let us thank them with a huge round of applause, dear ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Narayan Kumar Chowdhury, CIIL. Professor A.R.D. Prasad, former HOD, DRTC, ISI, Bengaluru. Let us thank everybody, audience. Please put your hands together. Professor Dilip A.D., IIT Dharwad. Dr. Ritesh Kumar, CEO, Realtesi. Ranjani Prasad, Program Coordinator, Keystone Foundation. Let me thank the moderator, Shri Anand Prakash Pandey, sir, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Tribal Affairs. And let's move on to the next panel discussion, dear ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, sir. So panel discussion 3, multilingual education for tribal students, pedagogy, content and outcomes. Our next session focuses on one of the most important questions concerning the future of tribal languages. How do we ensure that tribal languages remain part of the learning journey of the next generation? The session is titled Multilingual Education for Tribal Students, pedagogy, content, and outcomes. The discussion will examine multilingual education within EMRCs and ashram schools, content and pedagogy gaps, the availability of primers, dictionaries, and teacher handbooks, and the possible connection between tribal language, proficiency, and future livelihood opportunities. Dear ladies and gentlemen, let us invite our panelists, our speakers on stage with a huge round of applause. Now I request Professor Basavaraja Kodagunti sir, Director, CIIL Mysuru, to please come on stage. A noted linguist holding additional charge as Director of CIIL, the Ministry of Education institution dedicated to the development of promotion of Indian languages. His research spans across multiple linguistic articles like Indian grammatical traditions and endangered and minor languages. So now let us welcome him. Sir, we heartily welcome you on stage, sir. Thank you so much. And let us welcome Professor Minati Panda, a cultural psychologist and one of the India's leading voices on multilingual education for tribal children. She has headed the task force on tribal education for the 11th and 12th 5-year plans and co-authored social justice through multilingual education. Ma'am, I heartily welcome you, ma'am. Audience, please put your hands together. And Dr. Ramanujan Meghanathan, sir, Professor of English, NCERT, New Delhi, and the head of its International Relations Division, core member of the NCERT group that developed the National Curriculum Framework, will be joining us online. So I request everybody, let us welcome our next panelist, Sri Arnab Konwar, LLF, a researcher and a practitioner working at the intersection of language, Assam and Chhattisgarh, including work with vulnerable and tribal communities and schooling access and outcomes. He brings a practitioner's ground level perspective to LLF's foundational literacy and mother tongue based education work across Indian states. Let us welcome Sri Arnabji on stage. Sir, I heartily welcome you, sir. So for this, we have our Deputy Secretary, Sri Ganesh Nagarajan sir, as the moderator. So the panel discussion is right now, we are starting. So I request everybody to please focus. Thank you so much. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good evening. I think there are a lot of lousy faces here. Could see that after lunch, we're getting a little bit of a sleep. So we'll start with the importance of the mother tongue based education, or say want to emphasize more on multilingual education basically. So here we are talking about bilingual education, mostly multilingual education session. I would request all the TRS to actively participate also and come up with their inputs and suggestions apart from the panelists. I welcome all the panelists over here without wasting much time, because we already discussed what is what that we are looking at actually when it comes to MLE. I'll start with Mr. Arnab Konwar, because what we wanted to understand here is that where is that our tribal kids are placed right now? Is there any data which we can show where our FLN numbers or the learning gap assessment has been done with respect to ST kids? More so in the fact that we have this foundation knowledge of literacy and numeracy. Where do our ST kids are placed vis-a-vis the general populace? I just wanted to know from you if we have done some study, and with that as a base, then we can see where we lack.
Of course, the ASER data, which is basically done by Department of Education Foundation. And then in both of these data sets, apart from that, we also have the census data of 2011, which sort of reports the data sets. We do see that there's a significant gap in terms of the learning levels of students who come from SC communities or tribal communities or indigenous communities in respect to the communities that are coming from slightly more forward or slightly more advanced backgrounds. And there are more structural reasons to it in terms of like, okay, access to education, access to a lot of other infrastructure, access to in schools, etc. But one of the key things that a lot of policy push right now sort of looks at is that a lot of the times these kind of learning gaps are happening because of the mismatch of the school's language of instruction and the language that the children are bringing in the school. And this is at the core of a lot of interventions and push that the current Ministry of Education is doing. Of course, we have Professor Panda, who has been working on these kinds of issues for the last 2 decades or so, if not more. So we do now sort of look at how do we include these languages in the school, in the curricula, and not as just scaffolding material, but also do some meaningful inclusion of them such that we can address this learning gap. So to very quickly answer again, summarize this question, the data does show a significant drop-off between learning outcomes of ST communities in respect to the other communities. And one of the key challenges there is the mismatch of language that they bring into the schooling instruction, which is very different from the medium instruction, which is usually the state language that is presided over. So tribal students, we look towards including those children in a formal setup through curricula and through pedagogy as well. So, yeah.
I'll come to another question which I will come to later. Basically, I just wanted to understand from Mrs. Minati Panda. I think you've done a lot of research on the cognitive ability of a children with respect to vis-a-vis this MLE which we are talking about. So just wanted to understand from you basically that to you, how should a curriculum should look like in the preliminary, the nascent stage of the education. For example, from Anganwadi, still say class 3 or class 5. To you, what should be the approach?
I'm a psychologist by training. So do I have 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll run 2 experiments in just 1 or 2 minutes to come to a kind of common understanding. So if I ask you to think about something, which I do in my class all the time, if I ask you to think about something without employing language, can you think? You can take lifetime to answer it, but I need a quick answer. I mean, no. So does that mean that a 3-month-old child doesn't think? The 3-month-old child thinks, but doesn't have a language. But for people who have a language, which means they have a word for every object, every phenomenon, thinking without language becomes almost impossible. Okay, if I ask you the second question, can you think without employing a concept? A concept. Can you think without employing a concept? No. Even a 3-month-old child cannot think without a concept. So thinking is fundamentally mediated by concepts. So as we language, it is always about an object. And as we language about any object, language always falls short of expressing it because we have too many semiotic inputs. We see it, we can touch it, we hear, we have several. And as I start thinking about that object using multiple semiotic resources, including language, I'm actually knowledging about the object. So as I multi-language or as I trans-language, I also trans-knowledge. There's a deep relationship between language and knowledge. So if the child's language is not used in the classroom, the child appears to be an empty slate. If I start speaking in Odia, all of you will be reduced to an empty slate. You'll not get a lot of what I speak. That's the minimum with which we start. So the first basic thing that we cannot teach or cannot carry out any kind of learning, education, without bringing in children's languages and without understanding, quote unquote, because that is give the answer to his question, that as we language, we also knowledge, we trans-knowledge, we trans-language, we trans-language, and without exception, all of us are multilinguals. We know many languages, and we also mix many languages in the same language. Like, I went, but mujhe bahut acha nahi laga. I constantly switch between languages. I mix languages. It's very, very normal, and that is actually making everything in this world possible in terms of communication. So tribals are not exceptional. To teach them, we have to bring their languages. Now, the question is that if I think through language and I think through languages. I acquire multiple knowledges, multiple perspectives through those languages. Those two have to be brought into classroom. And we cannot put a kind of, we cannot draw a line that will take their language and knowledge only till class 2, or only till class 3, or only till class 4. If that is as natural as I was saying, it should go as far as possible. Now we have a pragmatic problem, that there are many languages, there is a school language, and parents also want their children to learn English well. So what do we do in that context? One thing is that, yes, we have to teach them many languages. At least the state language, their own language has to be strengthened, has to be used for academic dialogue, has to develop further, because their identity, their emotions, their aspirations, their entire being is embedded in that. We also have to teach them English. So the first thing we need to do is that we need to develop a very strong multilingual education program. Second, please strengthen public education. All the children go to government schools. Let's not be in a situation where we improve the government school education and the tribal children are joining English medium, poor quality English medium schools. So strengthen English medium schools. Third is, this is my response to earlier two sessions. I'm still surprised that if languaging is about knowledging, it is always about dialogue or discourse. How can we not have a pedagogic plan and have a language documentation plan? Yes, you can have a language documentation plan. Please have it. But then don't ask questions about, okay, what do I do then? Can we use them? How do we use them? No, you need a pedagogic plan right at the beginning. So you need a more interdisciplinary group to work with and devise simultaneously a pedagogic plan and a documentation plan. And documentation questions should not be like, what is the term for it? Who says what? Or what do you know about it? The knowledge is always available in the form of dialogue. It should be recorded in the form of dialogue, and it should be retrieved as a dialogue. Only then it can be mapped on very effortlessly to textbooks, to classroom pedagogy. Okay, the question that you are asking, like what we do, I don't think we have any alternative to multilingual education program. And multilingual education, if development of any language is done poorly, then it's not a good multilingual education program. So we have tried out several methodologies where children's mother tongue can be strong, the regional language can also be made strong, and the English language can be introduced on a strong platform. If you do not have good teachers, if you do not have good textbooks, that's your problem. Please correct it. That's not children's problems. That's not communities' problems. So I think if we decide what we want, we should be able to do. And this is where the power thing comes. In one of my 2012 paper, which is probably published in one of the SED journal, yeah, it's a SED journal, yeah, I said that, when it comes to marginalized communities, we decide to teach them using multilingual approach only after we decide when their mother tongues exist. That is the first condition. We first decide when this mother tongue exists, and then we decide to do multilingual education. It should be reversed. We decide to do multilingual education, and I don't want to romanticize it. It is immensely possible. So what I wanted to say just quickly is that, SCRTs are very powerful. Please make TRIs as powerful as them. They will not survive in front of SCRT the moment they announce their pedagogic program. They are allowed to survive because they are doing documentation work, culture, language, knowledge. The moment they say we will do education or pedagogic work, SCRT is too big to allow it to survive. So if we really have this ambition of strengthening tribal research institutes, you need linguists, you need pedagogues, you need folklorists, you need several such faculty. Please do that generously. Give them a big team, prepare a kind of collective, let universities interact with them, not only
I'll come to
linguistic departments.
the action points later, because I just wanted to understand the psychological point of the perspective of the child itself.
You know, the child is deeply related. Okay, I'll say something else. I have been working in this area for last 30 years. So the child's, you know, if you reduce the child to an empty slate, we won't be able to teach. So the concepts the child has have to be brought on board to teach them. And those can only be brought in through their language and through their experiences. And that should not only be done through oral medium. So now it is very easy to say that, run, you know, talk to them orally. No, please take the responsibility. Bring the children's experiences through oral narratives in the classroom itself, but the textbooks can be more professionally developed with their mathematical experiences. We have documented a lot of mathematical work, you know, where we did one math mela, where we showed how children use numbers, the base system, and also how do they create bigger numbers. And when they actually deal with mathematical concepts, what kind of knowledge they have and what kind of concepts, mathematical concepts, school mathematical concepts, can be founded on those knowledge systems. That is true about